No rush. I think I'm gonna tape them down. Alter is present. You may be seated. All right. Spanish, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Please, the court, counsel, ladies and gentlemen. Aila. That's an Arabic word that means family. And this, you will see, is not a word. It's not a concept. The evidence will show that this was the most important thing to the Iskander family. And that family never was the same since September 29th, 2020. And for the rest of their lives, it will never be the same because people made choices, bad choices, that have severe and devastating consequences. For Nancy and Kareem Iskander, who are sitting right here, their children were their love, their joy, their strength, the reason for living. They had such a great family unit. There's two sons, Mark and Jacob, 11 and 8, were best friends. They were inseparable. They were like one another. They grew up together. They lived together. They played together. And unfortunately, they died together. Where did they live? This is the family, Nancy and Kareem. And you might recognize the guy in the middle. Here they are. The family you see in the top, they're on a little outing to the beach. They have those fake tattoos. The one that Mr. Iskander has, it looks kind of real. I asked him the other day, is that real? He goes, no, that's fake. But you could see the love, the joy, how much fun they had together as a family. And you're going to see a lot of pictures and a lot of video evidence. And the reason that you're going to see that is not because we're trying to get sympathy. It's because we, as I told you in the beginning, have the burden of proving what we've lost. And the only way that you can determine what someone has lost is to see the evidence of what they had. So what you're going to see is what this family had and what was taken from them, and worst of all, what they've been left with. So let's talk a little bit about where they lived in Westlake. Westlake, borderline Ventura County, up the 101 Philae. It has tree-lined streets. It has great schools. It has a family atmosphere, mountains, a lake, and it's a great place where families like to live, and it's a safe community. I want to show you here a little bit about this town. This is just more pictures on that beach outing. The picture on the left was taken on the Saturday before September 29th, 2020, which was a Tuesday, middle of the week. There's Mark and Jacob, 11 and 8, infectious smiles. These are the kind of kids that you want to have in your community. They were respectful, kind, loving, smart, and funny. There will be no dispute of any of this in this case. Mark, he was the big brother. He was gifted in math and science. He dreamed of being a neurosurgeon or a comedian. And you're going to see a little bit about his personality. He loved hockey and reptiles. And his mom would drive him and his grandma at 5 in the morning. Anyone that ever played hockey, there's limited places to practice. So they have, 5 in the morning, 9 at night on Saturday night, these kind of times when you have to go. And the mom, Nancy, would drive with her son. She was not a hockey person, but he loved it. and they would go together, and she would sit in that arena while he was practicing early in the morning and freezing. And they used to call her the momsicle, because the things that she would do to enjoy life with her children, what they like to do. Let's talk a little bit about Jacob. He was his mom and little sister's protector. He was a tough guy. He had a tremendous smile. You're going to see it. He was very athletic. He loved to run, show strength and sportsmanship. Him and his father ran. He was a disciplined kid that at this age would wake up 5 or 6 in the morning and go for a run before he goes to school. This is the kind of discipline. And they went to the Ascension School. It's a Lutheran school. They're not Lutheran, but it was a good school they wanted to go to. And he loved learning and memorizing the Word of God. And you'll hear about that. And here they are together, inseparable on a trip to Mexico. Again, the family, this is the school they went to in the bottom right. And the family, they did all this together. They loved to be together. Mr. and Mrs. Iskander moved here from Egypt. They both went to the same college, but they didn't know each other. Kareem Iskander obtained a PhD from Baylor University. It's a top school involved in pharmaceutical work. He then worked for MD Anderson, one of the top cancer centers in the world, and he's been studying and working his whole career to fight cancer. His wife, pharmacist by training, has a master's degree, worked for Amgen, which is located in Westlake, and she also is involved in research, writing publications, reviewing publications, scientific articles to help prevent and treat cancer. That's what they did in their time when they weren't spending it with their family. This kind of sums up the relationship. Just take a look. Sound. Their mom was filming that with great pride and joy. That will never happen again. Here they are, trained like a beast, inseparable. Here's the neighborhood. You can see this is the crosswalk they were dealing with. You can see the trees. You can see the next picture. Everybody knew the rules. There's children everywhere. Slow down. Watch for children. Respect the crosswalk. The crosswalk, when you're in a crosswalk, court will instruct on the law, you have the right of way. Okay, there's no reason. And here's the crosswalk from the aerial view that they were crossing that day. This is where children and families are safe. Now, the defendants, you've heard about them, Rebecca Grossman, Dr. Peter Grossman, and Mr. Scott Erikson. Rebecca Grossman, we don't believe, will come here to testify. We don't believe that she will come and dispute anything that we say in this case. Nothing. Mr. Erikson, we'll talk about him. Okay, you can see this is just the view. So Mr. Erikson and Miss Grossman, very familiar with the area. Miss Grossman lived in the Hidden Hills area with her husband, Peter. They owned a lake house by this lake, Westlake, that they said was an investment property. So that day, Miss Grossman's daughter was there, and she was out, and we're going to talk about that. But they lived in Hidden Hills, approximately 15 or so miles from their investment property. They call it the lake house. They knew the rules. So September 29th, I want to take you back. It's almost 6 years. September 29th was in the height of COVID, if you all remember back. So Mr. Iskander and Mrs. Iskander were working at Amgen, but they're working at home. And this is a real lockdown period of time. So you have all your kids in the house, mother and father working. It's a nice Tuesday night, and they wanted to get out. And they like to go out, get exercise, walk, ride roller skates, rollerblades, skateboards, things that kids like to do with their parents that are involved with them. So they said, we're going to go out and get some exercise, get out of the house, take a break. So they went out of their house and they went on an ordinary family walk. So there's Mr. and Mrs. Iskander, Jacob and Mark, Zachary, and they had a young daughter, Violet. Those were who was on, the whole family went out together. This is the intersection. You can see the beautiful area. Now, this is an aerial map. I could figure this out. Oh, sorry, sir. So this is the crosswalk. If you see it, this is kind of the area, the red around here is the kind of the subject area, but there's much more that's going to be involved, but just trying to hone in on it for you. And here, Ms. Grossman will tell you that she went to her friends on a Tuesday afternoon at 4:30 and was drinking with them. Now, these people, the Hares are their names. I'm not sure they're going to come, but they gave testimony under oath, and they're very good friends with Ms. Grossman. So they say, well, she just drank a little at our house. And in fact, after this happened, Mrs. Grossman called them and told them, if the police call you, don't say that I was at your home drinking. So at this time, Ms. Grossman was married to Mr. Grossman. Mr. Grossman was at work as a plastic surgeon. Scott Erikson, on a Tuesday afternoon, goes out to the Stonehouse bar by himself and drinks beer. We don't have the evidence of how much he drank, but he admits he drank one beer. Interesting, when Mr. Erikson shows up at this bar on a Tuesday afternoon at 4:30, he runs into a friend of his, a 30-year friend, Royce Clayton. Royce Clayton at the time was the head baseball coach at Oaks Christian High School, where the oldest boy went to school. They known each other. Mr. Clayton's a first-round draft pick, San Francisco Giants, 15 years in the major leagues. Same as Mr. Erikson, 15 years in the major leagues. So they're friends. They go, oh, I'm going to have a date with Miss Grossman. Why don't you come with me? So they go, they leave the first bar, and they go to this place called Julio's Agave Grill, which is known for serving all kinds of top margaritas and top shelf craft drinks. So they meet Miss Grossman and then Mr. Erikson, and they go now at about 5:30 to the bar. Miss Grossman's been drinking at a friend's house. Mr. Erikson's been drinking at another bar. They both go to this bar with Mr. Clayton. They go in there for an hour, about an hour and 10 minutes only. And in an hour and 10 minutes, Mr. Erikson drinks 2 margaritas, and you could see grande margaritas. According to the testimony, and this is the bill from the restaurant where they were, Mr. Clayton says he just drank 1 margarita, and Ms. Grossman said she just drank 1 margarita. Now, you're going to hear later on that what Ms. Grossman says she drank is physically impossible based on her blood alcohol. So when you'll hear the evidence, when someone says, I drank X, you should have a certain blood alcohol. Not even close. So there's a real question about who's telling the truth in this case. And obviously, people may have motives to minimize their drinking. And I told you what they said. So they left, and they're going to go back to the lake house. They, Miss Grossman, Mr. Erikson. Now, Mr. Clayton, they were all going to go to the lake house together, they say, to watch the presidential debate. I think it was Trump, Biden, maybe 2020. So they're going to go on a Tuesday night, watch the debate, and do whatever they're going to do at Mr. Grossman's house. Continue on. Mr. Clayton, they're going to have dinner. Mr. Clayton doesn't eat meat, so he wants to go to the store and get some fish. I think he was called a pescatarian. So he doesn't eat meat, but eats fish. So he went to the Vons to get what he wanted to eat. They, Ms. Grossman and Mr. Erikson, the evidence will show, take off to the lake house, and they decide that they're going to have a street race. There wasn't a, okay, let's race. It's what happened. So here's the timeline. Erikson starts drinking at 3:30. Ms. Grossman starts drinking at 4:30. 5:30 to 6:50. They're at the second bar. They get in their vehicles at 7 o'clock approximately. It's still light out. You could see, Mr. Clayton will tell you that when he got in his car and go to the store. And they get down there and they decide that they're going to race. So here's the scene of the collision. Okay, so Ms. Grossman is driving a 2018, late model Mercedes leased and registered by her husband, Dr. Peter Grossman. Mr. Erikson is driving one of his two Mercedes-Benz SUVs, and that's going to become a big issue later, and I'll explain to you why that's an issue. And he was driving this large, Mercedes-Benz, and these cars travel at high speeds. Miss Grossman had an AMG Mercedes. An AMG is built for speed and performance. You'll hear that. It's the highest level of Mercedes-Benz. It even has racing seats when you're in the car. Why Miss Grossman needed to have an AMG racing vehicle, you're going to hear. So Grossman and Erikson are traveling down Lindero Canyon Road in Westlake, and they start racing down Lindero Canyon. They make a right. They head up Triunfo. Now you see over here, there's a athletic center, there's tennis courts, there's a park, there's kids, there's people all over the place. In COVID, going out on a nice Tuesday night, it's packed. Think back to how people were cooped up all day trying to get out. So this is the overhead. I told you they came down Lindero Canyon, they made that right, and they were racing up that street. And you might ask me, how do I know that? How do I know that they were racing, right? What is the evidence to prove that? Well, first witness, Mr. Prejetel. And there's extensive number, and I'm not going to give you every witness, that will testify and have testified under oath that they witnessed Mrs. Grossman and Mr. Erikson racing. And I'm going to show it to you right now. Remember, it's our burden to prove, and everything I tell you at the end of the case, I want you to hold me to everything, because everything I tell you, we're going to prove it in this case. And if I don't, let them come tell that to you. I told you they were traveling at speeds in excess of 80 miles an hour. At 80 miles an hour, you are traveling, and the way you do the calculation is you take the miles times 1.46 feet per second. So roughly, I'm going to round up to 1.5. 80 plus 40 is 120 feet per second your car is traveling. 120 feet per second at 80 miles an hour. And this is going to be undisputed. There's no witness from either side on the defendants that is going to say these speeds are inaccurate. No one in this case. This will be undisputed. Now, Mr. Erikson may come in here, as his lawyer told you he's going 50 miles an hour. We're going to prove that is not the truth at all. Speed limit clearly posted 45 miles per hour. This is Triunfo. This is where they're traveling. 45 mile an hour, posted speed limit. They both travel that extensively. They know the roadway. They know there's a park. They know there's kids. Next. At the same time that they start the race, the family, absent Mr. Iskander. Mr. Iskander is a runner. His young daughter, Violet, he had her in a stroller. So the family walks down and he says, we're going to go for a run. And he's pushing his daughter as he runs. Mrs. Iskander has her youngest son, Zachary, with him and her two other sons with her. And as they go across the crosswalk, kind of like ducklings in a row, as they're going out, enjoying their time outside. Nancy, Mrs. Iskander, was on rollerblades, as was her son. Mark was on a skateboard, and Zachary was on a scooter. So that's what they do. They go out, they want to ride the scooter, they want to do the rollerblade. That's what kids and parents do. Doing nothing wrong. And as I told you, they had gone up for the run. So you see that's a marked crosswalk. The impact, they cross all the way across the street and right around here between the number 2, they always call that, number 1 lane, number 2 lane. As they approach 3/4 of the way off the street, Miss Iskander hears a revving of engines. And you'll see, not only does it have a posted speed limit, pedestrian signs as you approach the crosswalk. Not only does it have a speed limit and pedestrian signs, it tells people that people are crossing. They're warning drivers, hey, but they already knew that. Miss Grossman and Mr. Erikson, they're very familiar with the area. They know people are there all the time. Street lights all over the area, right by the lot intersection. So Mrs. Iskander hears the revving noise. She looks. These cars are approaching. She grabs her son, Zachary, dives out of the way. But because Mr. Erikson is racing and he's in the first lane, he blocks off the boy's ability to escape, and they're both hit at 73 miles an hour by Miss Grossman. 73 miles an hour, which is the equivalent of taking a 4,800-pound car, which this weighed, and dropping it from a 12-story building. That's the force that was placed on these two boys at 73 miles an hour. I told you that already. So this is a little animation. She got out of the way. Okay, I told you 73. 73, think about that. That, at the time of impact, is almost 30 miles over the speed limit. But she was going faster before she hit them. Faster. This is her car, all caused by striking these boys. And I'm not going to show you right now the pictures and the graphic evidence of the injuries. But these two young boys, you can see the damage to the car. That is what these boys, they're not very big. The speed and force caused that damage. No one should have to endure that. And there's more pictures of Miss Grossman's car. You'll get to see it. There'll be, there's the front of the grill. I'm not going to show you the pictures. There's pictures of the boys with the impression on their body of the grill from Miss Grossman's Mercedes-Benz. No dispute in this case. Next. So because of the forces that were imparted on these boys, Jacob Iskander was thrown 80-some feet over here. Mark was only 300-some feet away. His body went from here up there, if you could even imagine that. And there's brother here, his mom is over here, and you can just imagine. His mother perceives it happening. The boys are gone. And now she's trying to figure out what to do in the aftermath. She runs to the first son, thinks that he's passed away, calls her husband, Kareem, on the phone, who's running with the daughter. He hears her. He, of course, is sprinting back to the scene. When Kareem gets back to the scene, he goes to the first boy. And he sees that he's not doing well, bad color, breathing, but he has hope. He then runs all the way to the second boy. And as the emergency personnel get there, they're trying to compress. They ask him to start doing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation on his son. And he's doing it, and he's doing it. And finally they say, no more. He keeps trying to do it. They say, no more, sir, he's gone. So he's just obviously in incredible shock. He goes over to a grassy area in the park. He sits down and he starts weeping. His beautiful family, his wife, everything they've worked for is wiped away because of choices people made that did it. Now, this is what you're going to hear, the witnesses on the accident and the investigation and the speeds. And of course, this is all going to be undisputed too. You're going to hear Officer Mike Hale, investigating sheriff, Scott Sheen, sheriff, Mejia, sheriff, Renee Castaneda is an expert we hired on the reconstruction, and Mr. Suwe is an expert that Mr. Erikson hired on accident reconstruction, which is speeds of the vehicles, forces, direction, things like that. This is our expert, Mr. Renee Castaneda, registered mechanical engineer, Fresno State, master's degree, has been a mechanical engineer over 20 years. He's one of the highly qualified, world-renowned experts, and he will come and prepare an accident reconstruction for you. And what he's found out, here he did, okay, where it says T, that means seconds to impact. And you'll see speed, and you'll see distance, okay? So this will be shown to be illustrative of exactly what happened. And there'll be no dispute on this either. So just take a look. You can see them racing. That's Miss Grossman. This is totally preventable. It took many, many bad choices for this to happen. And when people make bad choices, there are consequences. Because in this case, Mr. Erikson and Miss Grossman, to this day, dispute that they have any responsibility whatsoever in this case. That's what they're going to say. Mr. Erikson say, I didn't hit him. Miss Grossman say, she won't say anything, but her lawyer will come up and she won't admit that Miss Grossman is responsible. She will never admit it. That's why we're here, ladies and gentlemen, to find the responsible parties and hold them accountable, because they're not going to accept any responsibility. That's what this case is about, accountability for bad choices. So, had Miss Grossman been traveling the speed limit, 45 miles an hour, she would have been 566 feet away from the boys when they crossed the intersection. Had she been going the speed limit, she would have been almost 600 feet away. She never would have been there if she followed the law. And here's another illustration of her going the speed limit. No problem. Okay? So she followed the law, made a good choice. Now, we're going to get back to a lot of other bad choices that were made, that, like a domino effect. Okay, so here's what Mr. Castaneda is going to testify. The collision occurred in the marked crosswalk. The center of Miss Grossman's vehicle struck the boys. Jacob was struck by the right front corner, and the Miss Grossman accelerated, I'm going to show you that, from 73 miles an hour to 81 miles an hour and struck the boys at 73. So this claim that Mr. Erikson's making, that he's going 50 miles an hour, and this claim that no one's racing or speeding, is totally defied by the evidence. And you know, in these high-end AMG Mercedes, they have what's called what some people call a black box, EDR, event data recorder, where the 5 last seconds, because you know, this high-end Mercedes, they have a computer that documents everything. So it's not my expert saying, it's not me saying, it's the Mercedes-Benz computer in the car that Ms. Grossman was driving that tells us what the speeds were. No one will dispute that. No one. So he also said Mark was thrown 254 feet, 252 in a westerly direction, Jacob 73 feet, and Miss Grossman, after she struck the boys, 1,700 feet is 1/3 of a mile. The evidence will show she was trying to flee the scene of the accident. She was fleeing the scene after drinking alcohol, racing and speeding and killing 2 boys. She tried to flee from the scene. The problem that she didn't know is because Mercedes is the state-of-the-art technology, and when a car crashed and can't be disabled, gas can keep running out and it could start a huge fire. But Mercedes has a device in their car. When the car is disabled, it stops you so you can't drive. So Miss Grossman's car, she wasn't able to flee. She fled 1/3 of a mile, and you're going to hear more about what she said about that. But if it was up to her, she would have gone home and never said anything. Mr. Erikson, what did he do? Did he go back and tell the police I was there? No. He left the scene, parked his car, ran back to the scene, and according to Miss Grossman's daughter and others, hid in the bushes for 3 hours. 3 hours. Never identified himself to the police. Never. Finally, it comes out, the police go to him, and you'll see all the untruths he told the police. So you have a perspective. Here you see the crosswalk. You see Jacob, 80-some feet. Mark, 250-some feet. And here, way up here, that's where Miss Grossman's Mercedes finally is disabled. 1/3 of a mile after she struck the boys trying to flee to her house, which was very close. They were traveling in excess of 80 miles an hour in a residential area at night, early evening, with people everywhere. That's what the evidence is going to be, ladies and gentlemen. Now, how do I know this? Well, this is the data report from her Mercedes-Benz. This will be in evidence, and you'll hear from someone at Mercedes about this. And remember I told you -5, that's 5 seconds from impact. She's going 73 miles an hour, and the accelerator is when you push down the accelerator. You heard the term pedal to the metal, when you're really pushing it down. %98 pedal push down. And look at the speeds. 73, 74, 75, 78, 78, 80, 81, 78, impact 73. This is, look at that. Braking. Slight braking at 1.5 seconds before she hits him. Slight. Then no more, then she takes off. That is undisputed evidence. In a 45-mile-an-hour zone, while drinking, knowing everyone's there, traveling at that speed, ladies and gentlemen, that places responsibility on both of them. And I'm going to tell you why. They started racing on Lindero, and you're going to hear from the court, from these witnesses. So there's a number. I told you there's all kinds of witnesses. I've summarized some. This gentleman, Mr. Morganson, testified under oath. Longtime Westlake resident, was riding his bike, heard engines roaring behind him, 2 vehicles side-by-side racing, white SUV, that's Ms. Grossman, chasing behind, weaving in the bike lane. Vehicles passed him at a very high rate of speed. Moments later, he says, there's the crash. Next witness. He doesn't know anyone. He's just an innocent bystander. And you can see I talked about Lindero, they're racing down here, come up here. They make the right, so they're racing. This is the testimony of Mr. Morganson. What was the speed of the SUV? 80 to 100. Remember, we only have the last 5 seconds. We don't know what was going on before that. This is now this gentleman, Mr. Prigitel. He's out there. He sees the black Mercedes, Erikson, fly by him. He says at least 70. 25 seconds later, he gets to the scene. Here's the mom saying, "Don't run over my baby." Sees the child lying dead in the road. That's the second witness. And you'll hear from him. Where was he? He was right here, where you see the lake is over here. They call this the hillside, lakeside. He's over here, and he sees it going in front of him. Next, there's the speed sign again. This gentleman, Mr. Sands, he's traveling with a friend of his, Miss Yasmin Efkatari, and they're going on Trefuno, that road, and they hear loud motors coming from behind. They look in their mirror and they see headlights coming really fast. A black Mercedes flew past them first, then the white Mercedes flew past them, both identified as GLE. That's a Mercedes model. This gentleman is a car buff, so he was able to identify the exact vehicles and the make and model of what happened. Family was in the Mark crosswalk, saw Grossman hit the child. Vehicles did not stop. Again, Mr. Sands doesn't know anyone in this case, just happens to be there, and this is what he said under oath. Next. Here's his deposition testimony. You first saw the black car from the moment until the moment you saw it packed. How much time passed? He goes, they were going to probably 80, could have been faster. Could have been faster. Once they flew by us, it was within probably 2 seconds, really fast. And this is Miss F. Katari, who was with him. She saw the 2 speeding cars. White Mercedes first struck the first child, continued forward after the impact, slight break, then fled. Second child down the roadway, she stopped, ran to help Nancy, trying to help. Nancy's begging for help. Please help me. Help me. Where was Miss Grossman and Mr. Erikson to help? Where were they? And she said in her oath, yeah, 70s. They were 1 or 2 seconds behind each other. So again, they're racing. They're not going to admit it, but all the other people are going to say it, and the data from the car proves it. Now this woman, Miss Manners, a longtime resident in the area, she saw the kids crossing, saw the pack of cars racing fast, tried to wave them to stop. They just never slowed down. She heard the impact, saw the second one. And here's her deposition testimony.
So, because I don't have any greatest speed to quote, but I can give you my impression of what I've seen.
And this is Miss Grossman's attorney's questioner.
And when I was jumping in, before I jumped in the street, I realized that they were coming so fast that it was scary fast for a neighborhood. It's a pretty big street, 4 lanes across, and they were coming ridiculously fast. So fast, that anybody just even seeing them would be frightened, because it wasn't even dark. People were on the streets. It's a summer night. Who does that? Insanely fast.
There's no question we're going to prove that they were racing. And when you're racing, you're responsible. And you'll hear the law from the court, and I'll talk about it. Now, remember I mentioned Royce Clayton. Mr. Clayton was there, 30-year friend of Mr. Erikson. So Mr. Clayton, after he was supposed to meet up, I told you that, so he finishes at the store, and he calls Mr. Erikson because he doesn't know where the lake house is. And Mr. Erikson said to him moments later, hey, don't come over. We were racing. I swerved around the kids, and Miss Grossman hit the kids. He drove away. So he's telling his buddy of 30 years this. And his friend, who's the head baseball coach at Oaks Christian at the time, is concerned. So he has an uncle that's in the LAPD. or he may have retired. And he calls him. He said, what should I do? I know about this. 2 people are killed. His uncle said, you need to go to the police and tell them what you know. So he did. Against his best, not his best, but his friend for 30 years. And when we asked Mr. Erikson, what, he, of course, Mr. Erikson said, it's not true, I never did it, but the evidence will show otherwise. Why would your friend of 30 years make something up against you? He goes, I have no idea. Because there is no reason, because it's the truth and the evidence supports it. And you're going to hear Mr. Clayton, he's going to come right here and he's going to tell you exactly that. Let's hear him.
When he tells you there's an accident, does he volunteer how this information, or do you ask him what happened?
He volunteered and told me what happened.
And Mr. Erikson said in this conversation that he and Ms. Grossman were racing down the street,
Correct.
that Ms. Grossman was driving behind Mr. Erikson,
Correct.
that Mr. Erikson saw the kids in the roadway,
In the crosswalk.
and that Mr. Erikson swerved to avoid hitting the children.
Correct.
Did he tell you whether he swerved to the left or to the right?
I would assume he was, no, to answer your question.
And that after Mr. Erikson swerved to avoid hitting the children, Ms. Grossman hit the children.
Correct.
And you see, Mr. Clayton, he's still a little guarded. He was going to say, and he goes, well, I don't know for sure. But he told the truth. Because Mr. Clayton, law-abiding, he wanted to come in and do the right thing, even if it was his friend of 30 years. I've never met Mr. Clayton. The Iskanders, we don't know any of these people. We knew none of these people before. Let's hear some more from Mr. Clayton.
When you're at the bond yourself, you make a call to Scott Erikson to get Miss Grossman's address.
Correct.
And during that time, that's when Scott Erikson communicated to you that there was an accident, that he and Rebecca Grossman were racing down the street, that Rebecca Grossman was directly behind him, that he saw kids in the crosswalk and he swerved, and then he saw Rebecca Grossman hit the children. Is that correct?
Correct.
This is Mr. Prijatel. Remember, I showed you where he was by the lake when he saw the cars go by. Let's hear what he testified on earth, what his evidence will be.
Going back to that moment, how did
This is
you
Mr. Gross's
first
attorney questioning.
realize the accident had occurred?
Well, I was coming home from the grocery store, and on Lakeview Canyon, and I turned right to get on Lindero Canyon, which is the way I go home. And before I turned right, there were 2 cars revving their engines at a red light. I turned right. The red light was still facing the other 2 cars. And I went about 100 feet, and those 2 cars zoomed past me like there was no tomorrow. I continued down the road at a reasonable rate of speed, and they went like a bat out of hell. They obviously were racing. I mean, there was no question about it. They were racing. They then came to the end of Lindero Canyon and were turning right, which you have to do there because it's a dead end, or virtually a dead end. And by the time I got to that light, I didn't see them. They were long gone. And I turned right, and I suddenly came upon a lot of people and cars parked, and I slowed way down. There was a crosswalk there. And I heard a woman yelling, "Don't run over my baby."
Okay, Mr. Sands, he testified they were racing. They were on each other's bumpers. And Ms. Afkatari said the same thing. They were just trying to keep up with them. They were racing. And these witnesses are going to come. You're going to hear them all. It's going to be what they're going to testify to. Now, the next thing we're going to prove that the defendants were impaired alcohol and drugs. Ms. Grossman, drugs, and alcohol. Mr. Erikson, just alcohol that we know. But interesting, we don't know what Mr. Erikson's blood alcohol is. And you know why we don't know? Because he fled the scene and never told the police that he was there until days later they finally contacted him. And then you'll hear that he wasn't truthful with the police officers. But Mr. Erikson, and one of the reasons that we believe the evidence will show he's impaired, and I'm going to get to it, hold on. So we told you about it, what he claims to have drank. We don't know because we don't have his blood alcohol like we do for Ms. Grossman, because that was done on her. This is what, so Ms. Grossman's daughter, who goes to Oaks Christian School at the time, she now lives in, she goes to school in South Carolina. She was at the house and her mom was going to come back and they were going back to the Hidden Hills property where her father left. The collision occurs. Mr. Erikson goes back to the house, sees Ms. Grossman, younger Ms. Grossman, and they converse. Mr. Erikson, that night, spent the night at Ms. Grossman's house. Ms. Grossman was married to Dr. Peter Grossman, but she was dating Mr. Erikson at the same time. So this is what she said.
Experiences leading up to that night and your personal observation of Scott Erikson and the living room at the post-trip home and everything that you described. And that interaction, do you believe, based on all of that, that Scott Erikson was intoxicated?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the answer.
The answer was yes.
Okay, the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, because in the Westlake area, it's what they call under the jurisdiction of the LA County Sheriffs. You know, in LA, the LAPD covers it, but in what they call outlying areas or certain cities, they contract with the sheriffs to provide the policing for their area. So the LA County Sheriffs are in charge of this area. So the sheriff deputy who first found Ms. Grossman in her vehicle will testify is 1/3 of a mile away from the accident. And he'll tell you, Deputy Mejia will come testify and tell you he smelled this odor of alcohol as soon as he started speaking to Ms. Grossman. And he's going to, this Officer Kelly, who's a DUI expert, he gets he smells the odor of alcohol from Ms. Grossman. They do what's called a PAS test. The PAS is an alcohol just screening test. And he says she failed field sobriety, but the test, she wasn't really trying. And that's what the officer will tell you. And that's what just watch this. So what you have to do is you blow in, and this is a crude, but it just like a screening, see if there's alcohol there. So you're supposed to blow hard and they can determine it from your breath. And there'll be experts that'll explain all this to you. But this is common practice in law enforcement. She's not blowing. She refused to consent to a blood draw. They had to go get a warrant, take her to the hospital, Los Robles, to get the blood. Obviously, the blood is the most accurate way to assess whether someone is under the influence or not. Now, I want to talk just a little bit about the under the influence. You're going to hear instructions, and I'm not going to explain it from the judge. And everyone says, in the questioning, well, I know what the legal limit is, 0.08. And if you're 0.08, you're intoxicated. Well,
The evidence will show.
the evidence will show, okay, fair enough. This is what the evidence is going to show. She goes to Los Robles Hospital and she interacts with 3 people. ER Tech Grasso, Dr. Matero, and Trooper McGee. He's a CHP officer who now works in Colorado for the Colorado State Police. So those are the 3 people she counted. And you're going to hear throughout this case that Ms. Grossman's demeanor with the police, with the hospital, with everyone was combative, invasive, and not cooperative. So first nurse, or I guess call it tech, Grasso, she's taken to the hospital. She encounters Ms. Grossman. What happens? One more time. I'll go back. Can you make that work?
Was there anything else she said that you
This
can
is Ms.
recall? You
Grossman's attorney
mentioned, do you know
question.
who I am? Do you know who my husband is? That you haven't mentioned already. Any other words that you can recall that made you believe she was intoxicated?
She was asking for Dr. Waldrop. She was telling me to go find Dr. Waldrop so that Dr. Waldrop can call her husband, that her and Dr. Waldrop and her husband are family friends. They have dinner every Friday night. She wanted him to help get her out of this. She was angry because they had disabled her vehicle. She'd be home right now if Mercedes didn't disable her vehicle. She'd be sitting in her garage right now. She made multiple comments that we were wasting our time and that she shouldn't be in the position that she was in, that she doesn't deserve this.
So, Ms. Grossman, demanding other doctors to come in, doesn't deserve this. She's not getting it. And then she says, well, if the Mercedes device hadn't worked, I'd be home in bed. I'd be home in bed, just like Mr. Erikson. This is the doctor, Dr. Matero, that interacted with her at the hospital, Ms. Grossman.
Would you please describe your impression of her demeanor based on your own personal interaction with her?
Yes, I can. Yeah, she was relatively dismissive from the beginning and seemed just, I didn't say angry, but more annoyed at the whole process. Probably the more memorable moment was when I asked her about her past medical history, if she has any medical problems, and she wouldn't answer this and told me to contact her husband, who is a physician, to find out. And I expressed to her that I'm just doing a medical screening exam, and that I just need to know the conditions that you are aware of that you have, that, as an adult. And she seemed like she had good mental capacity to answer that, and contacting any physician, let alone family in that situation, is not a usual request from anyone really in the initial setting, possibly later during a complicated course. But.
And then finally, Trooper McGee, who interacted with Ms. Grossman at the hospital.
And you indicated, Trooper, to us that based on what you personally observed and that you heard, that you thought or felt that she didn't seem genuine or sincere. What do you mean by that?
I know this is an opinion, but crocodile tears is what we all know it as. It just seemed fake, like she wasn't coming to reality of what she just did. I'm not trying to say she doesn't have feelings. I'm sure she does, but like at the moment, it seemed very unreal to her, and she was not comprehending what just happened.
They took the blood to get it examined. First, they went to Los Angeles County toxicology lab that the sheriffs use. Obviously, this is what law enforcement does. This is a big part of their job, policing and blood tests and alcohol. So they're very professional and they know what they're doing. But when you have a case that has alcohol and death, the police departments do 2 tests. So no one can come in and say, well, that was bad. So they tested it not only at the LA County Sheriff's Department, but also at the Orange County lab. So we have 2 labs running the tests, so no one can say, oh no, that lab, they weren't calibrated or whatever. So there's 2 tests, 2 separate laboratories in different counties, unaffiliated. So first, they took the sample, and this one had a 0.08. That's what the level was, 0.08. But that was the level 3 hours after the collision occurred. And what you're going to hear in this case, she also had benzodiazepines, which is and some barbiturates in her system, which you will hear from the experts, further enhances the impairment with alcohol. Benzodiazepine, that's drug, and you'll hear about that, positive. So then they go to Orange County. They do the same tests. This is the drug. You can see the findings, some drugs. You'll hear about the significance of those. Nordiazepine. These are the levels of the blood. Now, what you have to understand is, the question is, what is your blood alcohol at the time that the incident occurs? These tests were done 3 hours later. So you'll hear from experts that with blood alcohol, generally speaking, a regular person, if you drink something, each hour that you're not drinking, your blood alcohol dissipates, they say, goes down 0.015 per hour, generally. And you're going to hear that if that calculation is used, you're going to hear from expert toxicologists that she's all the way up at a 0.11 or a 0.12 blood alcohol at the time of the impact. Okay? That's the evidence. And all these witnesses here, Kelly, Takis, Kem, Meneses, Brown, and Stolbach, will all testify that Ms. Grossman was impaired and her impairment led to the death of the children. That's going to be the evidence in this case. Now, Deputy Kelly, was she impaired? Yes. What was your opinion? I concluded she was driving under the influence of alcohol. Next, this is what he's going to say. Under the influence, caused the deaths based on the distance, the scene and statement, her automatically shut off. She committed a hit and run. That's his opinions. That's what he's going to testify about. Under the influence, caused the deaths, hit and run. Defendant will tell you they're not responsible. They won't admit it. Next, drug recognition expert. She was impaired. Next, criminalist. Impaired. Next. This is a forensic scientist, was given a hypothetical. You hear about it. Hypotheticals are certain facts. If true, you can ask an expert. And you'll see she was given all the facts that there are. She flunked these tests on the scene, what she did, what the screening was, what that was, the drugs, and she came to the opinion, clearly she was impaired for the purpose of driving. Okay. No one that I'm aware of that's a police officer, a toxicologist, anyone that's qualified is going to say that Ms. Grossman was not impaired. Okay. And again, Stolbeck is our expert. He'll say the same thing. Lexus Grossman. Now we're talking about Mr. Erikson. And it's more difficult to prove Mr. Erikson was intoxicated because we don't have the blood test because he fled. So you have to use circumstantial evidence and other facts, which the judge will explain to you later. But these were facts that we know. We heard, I think did I already play this?
And during your interaction
No, I didn't, Your Honor. It's different.
Do you recall his demeanor, how he was presenting?
Yeah. As I can remember, he was very angry and frantic. He was kind of like all over the place, as I said earlier. And he smelled like alcohol. I could smell him like alcohol in his breath because he was yelling like at me almost. But yeah, and he looked scared as well. That's what
Okay. Talked about the burden of proof, more likely true than not true civil case. That's what we have to prove. Was she negligent? Did it cause the death? Same thing with Mr. Erikson. Was he negligent? Did he cause the deaths? Were they acting in concert? So Mr. Erikson is going to have to say, I was going 50 miles an hour. I never struck the kids. I'm not responsible. You're going to hear that if somebody is racing in concert with another, they're responsible just like they are. The court will give you the law at the end, but that's what we're going to prove. That they were racing, they're both responsible. Whether he hit them or not, they're both responsible. And of course, his conduct kind of shows that. I'm going to take that off. That's a law. I don't need that. Okay, first, we heard all the evidence, how they began to race. Next, that they knew, both Mr. Erikson and Ms. Grossman know.
Fast forward past the law.
Okay. This is just Mr. Grossman. Ms. Grossman was negligent. He was the owner. She had permission. But I want to go back to the, I forgot what I was going to say. Sorry. All right.
Peter Grossman, Grossman.
So let me go back to the first page of Exhibit 1. And do you see that on your screen, Doctor?
I do.
Okay. I'm highlighting in yellow a description of the vehicle that Rebecca Grossman was driving that was involved in this crash. Do you see that on your screen?
Yes.
And the vehicle is described as a 2018 Mercedes-Benz GLE. That's white with a license number of 8BBH031. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you were the registered owner of that vehicle, correct?
Technically, it's a leased vehicle, but I believe it's assigned as ownership.
All right. Okay, these are the claims. Wrongful death against Rebecca Grossman, Kareem Iskander, permissive use, all the plaintiffs. Wrongful death, Kareem Nancy, emotional distress, punitive damages. Those are the claims in this case. And the judge kind of already told you, but at the end, he'll give you all the instructions. You'll see it all. So let's talk about the damages for a minute. In the jury selection, obviously, I spent a lot of time on that because I know what the evidence is going to show. We know, and I believe it's going to be clear what happened. So that's why the damages to us are why we're here. This loss and accountability and responsibility and punishment. So these are what they can claim. The funeral expenses, 50 or 46,000 is no dispute. Okay, these are the elements we have to talk about. We'll prove. So let's talk about, first of all, Kareem and Nancy. And I told you a little bit about Iskander. I told you they were married. They got married in 2008. Interesting, I didn't tell you this. Kareem was attending Baylor University where he obtained his PhD. His wife, Nancy, came, and she wanted to go to Baylor Medical School. It was a top medical school. They did the first heart transplant, Dr. Backey, many, many years ago. Top school. She didn't get accepted. She was disappointed, but she met her husband. So she accepted it and had a great life going until September 29th, 2020. I talked a little bit about family, and in their culture, family is so important that Nancy's mother, Grace, lived with the family. She did everything with the family. You'll see her in many pictures here. This is the family here at a wedding. Here they are in Egypt. You know, just the love. Here's the birthday party. And this is the mother-in-law right there all the time. Well, you know, ladies and gentlemen, there's going to be no more birthdays for these boys. The evidence shows there'll be no weddings. There'll be no Christmas. There'll be no Easter. All of that is gone. And the reason I bring up Nancy's mother, Grace, who lived with them as part of the family, this was so dramatic that she couldn't live in the house anymore, nor could they. They now live back east. It's been, obviously, you'll hear the evidence about what it's been like for the family for the last 5 3/4 years. Here they are in Egypt. There's the mother-in-law. There they are at the beach in Malibu. They love the reptiles. They're down in Mexico. This is something that I made for his mom. This is a Mark baptismal kind of party down in Texas. Early in their life, here's Jacob preparing something for his father. And you could just see there's numerous pieces of evidence showing the closeness of the relationship and the tremendous loss that's occurred. Now, when they had their sister Violet, he said, I'm protecting Violet. He was a tough guy. Okay, these are what we're going to be talking about. This is Nancy and the 3 boys in the pool, having a great time. Dr. Dean Kilpatrick. Dr. Kilpatrick is at the University of South Carolina Medical School. His career has been spent assessing people that suffer post-traumatic stress disorder. And one of his specialties, and he was working for the National Crime Bureau, was the effects on parents of children being killed by drunk drivers. And that's what he has studied for 30 plus years. And he's going to talk to you about the unique aspects of a loss and seeing the loss by a parent of a child, not one in this case, but 2, killed by a drunk driver. And it's significant and dramatic, and you'll hear about it. He's going to tell you all about it. All right. You hear about Nancy talking about Zachary. They're surviving their boy. Lonely, confused. His brothers are no longer there. Nightmares, difficulty forming friendships. Okay, I want to now to the last part. 2 parts left. Talked a little while, but there's a lot of evidence here. So, first part, the punitive damages. We talked, there's the compensatory to compensate, and then there's punitives, which separate to punish and deter conduct. Okay? So there's 2 parts of the case, and you'll have different questions for each. The punitive damages, if you find it, will be separate. And in that part of the case, you will hear evidence of the financial condition and money that they have. In the first part of the case, and as a quote said, poverty and wealth is not part of it. But in the next part, it is the punitive damage part. Okay? So you can't award any money in this first phase, whether you think someone's rich, poor, whatever. Totally straight on that. But on the punitive damages, if they have money, you'll be instructed on the law, and that's something that you're going to assess. Okay? And we have to show the engaged in malice. I don't want to show that. All right, so here's the evidence. Both of them, racing in heavy traffic in a location used by pedestrians, and they knew it. Going in excess of 80 miles an hour in a 45 zone. Driving impaired, fleeing the scene, tried to flee the scene, full knowledge that what they do can cause serious harm. Both of them. Isn't it interesting? The evidence will show Erikson fled and escaped, and she tried to flee. But she didn't make it because Mercedes was smart and had that technology piece in there. But for that, we may never know. Okay, I'm going to separate the conduct between Ms. Grossman and Mr. Erikson. First, Ms. Grossman. You see, 1/3 of a mile she leaves the scene. Who does that? Driving while intoxicated, strikes 2 people. She might say, well, I didn't know I hit him. Okay, we'll hear that. But she's not going to be here to tell you that. Next. Had she applied her brakes, she could have stopped if she's going the speed limit. And the only reason she stopped was because of the Mercedes. And we heard from the nurse already. She'd be sitting in the garage. That's what she told the nurse. Hey, but for that Mercedes, I'd be gone. Scott Erikson fled the scene, prepared the wrong vehicle, and I'll get into that, cold plating, I'll get into that. Didn't disclose any alcohol consumption to the police, lied to the police about what vehicle he was driving, and threatened Alexis Grossman if she went and told the police. Mr. Clayton, you heard what he said. Mr. Erikson admits that he went back to the scene and watched for 3 hours, but never once told the police officers with 2 deaths, sir, I know something. Never, ever. And you'll be able to assess whether someone that's impaired would leave the scene. Would a sober, unimpaired driver stay and tell the police what happened? You're going to assess that. Hiding in the bushes. This is a grown man, 15 years in Major League Baseball. 15 years in the public eye. Sees 2 children killed while he's racing his girlfriend under the influence and leaves the scene. You'll have to assess that. Here's where he was hiding in the bushes. Here's his car. Now, this is what he did. In this case, we say we want to inspect the vehicle, right? We want to see where the damage, what happened. So Mr. Erikson, he owns 2. Remember I said earlier, he owns 2 of these vehicles. He takes the plate. First of all, he tells the police he's driving a different vehicle. So he misstated to the police. And there's numerous other things he told the police that weren't true. But what he does is called cold plating, and it's well known in the law enforcement area that people will put plates on different cars, not pay registration, other reasons. But Mr. Erikson intentionally flipped the plates, gave the wrong car to be inspected. Who does that? Does someone that has guilt, that feels responsible, do that? Or are they fair and honest and trustworthy and have integrity? Mr. Erikson, he was a 15-year Major League Baseball player in the public eye all the time. He has to know better than that. There's his vehicle, he switches. Why would he do that? We'll hear about it. And when this is Coldplay, you heard that. Oh, then that night, Mr. Erikson tells Alexis Grossman, she says, Scott said something to me. What do you mean Scott said something to you? Scott said, don't tell anyone. If you tell anyone, I'll ruin your family. I'll ruin your family. So not only did he flee the scene, not only did he hide in the bushes for 3 hours, not only did he give the wrong car, not only was he driving or drinking, and then he's threatening a 17-year-old girl. To show that someone is engaged in conduct that warrants punitive damages, you can't do it for someone that's negligent or made mistakes. But you have to prove that it was more than just a mistake. And the court will tell you the law later, but you have to also show that the person knew of the dangers of their conduct, because that shows that they did something that they know could result in terrible consequences, and they did it anyway. But sometimes something might happen you had no idea. This is not that case. This is not that case. Okay. Rebecca Grossman had prior incident, at least one, maybe more, and we'll talk about that, with speeding. Remember how the people said how dismissive she was and how she wasn't. You won't see her, but never mind. All right. This gentleman, Officer Loeffler, he was working in the West Valley, California Highway Patrol 7 years before this happened. And he encountered Miss Grossman, and he pulled her over because she was driving in excess of 90 miles an hour on the freeway. He pulled her over, talked to her. He'll tell you what happened. Let's hear about it. This is Miss Grossman's attorney question.
You walked back over to Ms. Grossman, you told her, I'm giving you a ticket, and did you tell her you're giving her a little bit of a break also?
Yes, I mean, I usually do. I usually explain not necessarily a break, but I'll just explain, you were doing 92, it's 27 over, write you down for 80 miles per hour. It does two things. That's less expensive at 25 miles per hour and over above the posted speed limit. Traffic school is usually not an option. So that's another option that affords people the right to be able to avoid points on their license, that kind of thing. So again, another reason why I'll sometimes do that. And so that's the point when I kind of go in there and talk about, you're getting a citation today for this speed. A reminder is always placed in there as far as the dangers of driving, and especially at 27 miles per hour over the posted speed limit, the fastest vehicle out there. Odds are drastically increased for chance of collision and injury and or death to you or others on the roadway. And that's a shared roadway, public roadway for everyone to use. And just a reminder that that's the whole reason we're doing it, and that's the whole reason we have speed limits. So we can all get to where we're going safely.
Officer Loeffler was doing his job. He's enforcing the law, and Ms. Grossman was breaking the law. And he cut her a break because he has a procedure. He seemed like, he's going to enforce the law, but he cut her a break. You go to traffic school, you don't have to pay as much of a ticket. But Officer Loeffler knew something.
Yes.
Officer Loeffler testified that he knew, or he had a feeling about this, Ms. Grossman. So you might say, well, how does he remember something that happened years ago? Well, Officer Loeffler took notes of that interaction with Ms. Grossman, and he kept those notes.
And what was the comment that she made? Interaction.
The comment was just something in relation to, I hope you don't need the services of the burn center, or, you won't be going to the burn center in your future, and clearly frustrated with the situation. And that was it.
Told Officer Loeffler when he cut her the break, sure hope you don't need to go to the burn center. And when this happened, and Officer Loeffler saw it in the newspaper, he contacted the authorities and said, hey, I've got information about this woman. We talked about the AMG Mercedes. And why does Miss Grossman need an AMG Mercedes at her age? Okay. Well, Miss Grossman, she was into car racing. And you say, how do you know that? Well, let's see. Look at this. She goes up to Laguna Seca. This is way up Monterey, California. They have a professional racetrack where they hold professional races. She goes as part of the AMG team to go driving vehicles. Check this out. She's got her own monogrammed gear for racing. Rebecca R. Grossman, AMG, at the racetrack driving. We were able to uncover that evidence. And what do we find out? We find out that she had to sign off of the risks of high speed, the knowledge that she had, all this. You'll see this in evidence. You'll see that she knew and she signed years before. It's very dangerous risk of serious injury driving at high speeds. She signed this doc. She knew. Everyone knows, but this is evidence of it. So then we went and we took the deposition of Mr. Cotter, who works in this facility. And what did he say? Of the
And then
driving
towards the
academy.
bottom of this waiver and release, there's Rebecca Grossman's printed name and signature. Do you see that?
I do.
And then referencing here, in signing this, did Rebecca Grossman acknowledge that the activities of the events are very dangerous and involve the risk of serious injury and or death?
Yeah.
This is Rebecca Grossman out there driving these cars, speeds well in excess of 100 miles an hour. These are these AMG cars. Remember, hers had the racing seats. This is her right here. Watch this. This wasn't the first time that she'd been out racing. Now, probably wasn't drinking alcohol there. I don't know. So she knows about it. Everyone knows the dangers associated with speed and alcohol. And her husband, we asked him, and of course he told us she was aware of it.
Did Rebecca Grossman also have to promise that she would not be under the influence of any legal drug that would impair her ability to understand or comply with oral or written directions regarding the use of the vehicle?
Yes.
And are these promises not to be under the influence of alcohol or drugs, illegal or legal? Are these promises that all participants in the AMG Driving Academy are required to make in order to participate?
Yes.
And are these promises required because Mercedes-Benz USA and the AMG Driving Academy wants to ensure that the participants don't become a danger to themselves, the instructors, and the other participants?
That's correct, yes.
Mr. Erikson knew. Here he is.
You knew before September 29th, 2020, that failing to focus on the road, failing to be aware of posted speed limits,
People hear that?
failing to be aware of
Is there
what's
any way to make it
happening
louder?
around you could create dangers to others.
Are you holding the controls, Judge? No.
No, that's
All right, you're going to hear Mr. Erikson say, hey, he knew it. Of course. It's common sense, but we'll get to that later when he comes. And then we got more testimony. It's the same thing, so the volume's not great. All right. So I've told you what we're going to prove. Now I'm going to tell you what the defendants have told us they're going to contend in this case, and then I'll be done, and I invite you to listen to counsel. So first, Rebecca Grossman, what is she saying in this case? First thing she says is, of course, she wasn't impaired. That's going to be the position of counsel. She might not say anything, but she's never going to admit Ms. Grossman was impaired. And of course, you see all the witnesses, I went through it before, that are going to say she was. And then she's going to say they weren't speeding. Well, I mean, come on. We've seen the data, right? You know, what do they say? The Kodak doesn't lie. That data doesn't lie. That's what happened. Next, no racing. Okay. You can, you know, everyone can come into court and make whatever claim you want, but you got to prove it. Like I told you, hold me to what I said, hold them. Not racing. Okay. Sure. At least 6 people, and there'll be more, that saw it. Only one says no racing, primarily, you know who. Someone other than her killed him. All the testimony is, no, she hit and killed them both. Next, this one. The city of Westlake had a dangerous condition of their property, and that's what caused the accident. Ms. Grossman has hired an expert witness to come here and tell you right here that it was the dangerous intersection that caused the death of two boys. That's what she said. They've paid an expert to come say that. You're going to hear it. I'm going to tell you right now. It's frivolous, that claim, in my opinion. The evidence will show that this claim is not based on anything. And it's just a way to attempt to avoid responsibility and, again, shift it on someone else. And why do I say that? Look at this. That intersection in 10 years, between 21 million and 24 million vehicles passed through the intersection. 1,836,000 approximately pedestrians used that crosswalk. There were 3 prior accidents. 2 of them, there's not at the intersection. None of them involve pedestrians. There's only 1 auto versus pedestrian accident for 21 to 24 million people at this location. And guess which one it was? Guess which one it was? And I'm going to tell you the reason why the intersection is dangerous is because you're speeding and drinking. It's not the intersection, it's the operator. But she's going to get up here and she has the right to make that claim. And she's going to tell you that the intersection was dangerous, that it was reasonably foreseeable that someone using it with due care would have a problem, and the city knew about it. And it's her burden of proof to prove that, not ours. They have the burden of proof to prove this on the city of Westlake. We don't have a city of Westlake in here. We think it's not supported by any evidence whatsoever. Blame the parents. Now, Mr. Erikson is not asserting, and I believe his lawyer said that already, and he'll correct me if I'm wrong, that the children and the parents are not responsible. Mr. Erikson is not making that claim. But Ms. Grossman is, and she was making that claim right out the beginning. And look at this. Her friend that she was drinking with before she went to the other bar, the husband-wife where she was drinking before she went to Julio's to drink, she wrote her a text. And this is what she said. Mrs. Grossman, Rebecca Grossman. Nancy Iskander has been told so many things that are untrue. I know it's easier for her to blame others than her husband, who was 100 yards away on the opposite side of the street and told police he didn't even see the accident. That's true. The media makes it look like all 6 were walking, not in a crosswalk. The truth is coming out. It's still painful. I don't want to live anymore, but I'm going to bring these about the babies. We're just starting the reconstructive lecture. I'll keep you posted. Immediately, she's blaming the parents. Really? Okay. So she'll get up and you'll hear her evidence and you'll assess it. But again, that's her burden of proof. She has to prove that the parents or the children were responsible. That's a claim she's making. But she won't accept any responsibility, but she'll blame my clients. But she won't come here to do it. Mr. Erikson, it's all Rebecca's fault. Point the finger. Concerted action. And you're going to hear that from the judge. If they were racing, they're both responsible. We have to prove that. You say, oh, I didn't hit him. I didn't hit him. I'm not responsible. I was only going 50. Okay, that's not true. Remember, Miss Grossman was going 80 to 73, but Erikson beat her. He was ahead of her. So physics tells you he had to be going faster than Miss Grossman. But we don't know because he fled and got rid of the evidence. Over him. Never made physical contact. You'll hear it's not required. Mr. Erikson, I wasn't intoxicated. He says only 3 drinks. We heard Alexis racing at high speeds. Do people normally do that? Maybe. Fleeing the scene, hiding in the bushes, lying to the police, switching vehicles. Not speeding. You heard his lawyer said numerous times he's going 50 miles an hour. All these witnesses don't think that. The data on Miss Grossman's vehicle doesn't say that. It was too dark. That was another one Mr. Erikson had. Too dark. Deputy Pastor was first at the scene, says that's not true. It wasn't pitch black. The boys were visible. The drivers paying reasonable attention. That's what the evidence is going to be. But when you're driving at those kind of speeds at 120 feet a second, it's tough to stop. He didn't expect people to cross in the crosswalk. Really? Okay. There's a warning sign right before he got there. He's familiar with the area. There's multiple warning signs. But this walk that this family went on that day changed their life forever. Devastating loss. And Jacob and Mark, the walk they went on, they never came home. I invite you to listen to defense counsel. We'll come back with the evidence. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let me see counsel sidebar. All right, so we're going to take our an early lunch break. I'm still going to ask you to return at 1:30, and we'll continue with closing argument or opening our statements at that time. Do not talk about the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. I'm going to ask folks here to remain seated. Let the jurors leave. See you back here at 1:30. officers are present. You may be seated. All right, Ms. Hahn, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. May it please the court, counsel, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I represent Peter Grossman and Rebecca Grossman. The claims that are asserted against Peter Grossman are limited to his ownership of the vehicle that was in this accident. There are no claims asserted in this trial by Nancy Iskander or Zachary Iskander against Rebecca or Peter Grossman. In this trial, the only claims asserted against Rebecca Grossman are Kareem Iskander's claim for wrongful death on his behalf and as successor in interest to Jacob Iskander. As to Scott Erikson, there are claims that are being made by Nancy and Kareem Iskander, Zachary Iskander, and as the successors in interest for Mark and Jacob Iskander. So there's a lot of things that you just heard in the plaintiff's opening statement. The one thing I will agree with Mr. Panish on is that I will be making those arguments, not arguments today, but I will be telling you what I think the evidence will show with regard to the issues that Mr. Panish pointed out. So why would I do that? Because all of you took an oath and all of you told us that you want to hear all the evidence, right? And you want to hear both sides. And so that's my intent and my plan, is to give you all the information that I have so that you can then process that and make your own decisions. We believe the evidence will show that Rebecca Grossman was driving one of the vehicles involved in the incident. We think that there are other factors involved and that there was a rush to judgment to immediately determine that the entire accident was caused by and the fault of Rebecca Grossman. Factors that were involved, I alluded to them when I did my little mini opening earlier. Issues with the roadway signage and lack of lighting. And on that point, I will show you what the lighting looked like when the sun went down. I'll do that in a moment. But there were also issues with regard to other cars on the road, which you've not heard anything about. There were issues with regard to defendant Erikson's conduct. And you will be the sole interpreters of whether that conduct, in your view, was wrongful. We believe the evidence will show Ms. Grossman was not driving impaired. She did have a margarita, but we believe the evidence will show she was not impaired. On the issue of racing, I cannot speak for Mr. Erikson, but I believe the evidence will show that there is no evidence that Ms. Grossman was speeding or racing. I'm sorry, I meant to say racing. No evidence that she was racing. The evidence will show that Ms. Grossman never saw the children in the crosswalk. She did not try to flee the scene. There will be no one in here. You heard a bunch of witnesses that Mr. Panish brought up. All these people are going to say this and that, but not one of those people Not one of those persons can come in here and tell you they knew what she was thinking. There's not going to be a psychic or a psychiatrist or a psychologist that comes in here and says, Miss Grossman meant to do this, or she was clearly doing that. The only person who knows what Miss Grossman had in her head is Miss Grossman. So while people can say, oh, I believe this is what happened, it's speculation. Miss Grossman's airbags deployed. And when the airbags deploy, it causes a big cloud of dust to come into the vehicle. She didn't see the children, and then her airbags deployed. She didn't know what happened. Her car disabled, her car stopped putting fuel in, and it kept coasting. That's why the car is down the road, because she's in this cloud of dust and the car is continuing to move until it naturally came to a stop. The car triggered the emergency system, which ultimately calls 911. I think it calls Mercedes, kind of like an OnStar thing, and then they contact 911. 911 operator discussed with Miss Grossman, gave instructions what to do. Clear instructions, stay where you are, stay with the car. And that's what she did. So this case is about it's a civil case about money damages only. This part of the case is not about punishment, about money damages only. So let me tell you a little bit about what I believe the evidence will show. First of all, Rebecca and Peter Grossman, they were married in May of 2000. So that's about 26 years ago. But they decided to separate in 2018. So in 2020, when this accident happened, they were separated. And Rebecca was dating Scott Erikson. They were dating. This was not some sordid affair that was behind Mr. Grossman's back. I just want that to be clear. So on September 29th, Mr. Erikson and Ms. Grossman and a friend, Royce Clayton, decided to go to a local establishment, which was not very far at all from where Ms. Grossman lived in Westlake Village, Julio's. So they went to Julio's and they had a margarita. And you heard evidence that before that, Ms. Grossman's friend, Cindy Hare, had invited her over and she had some part of a drink. But that was like at about 4 or 4:30. So now at 5:30, Ms. Grossman has a margarita. Now they decide, it's about 7 o'clock now, and they decide they're going to go watch the presidential debate. So Mr. Clayton went to go to the grocery store to get fish to eat at Rebecca's house, and both Ms. Grossman and Mr. Erikson each got into their own vehicles to drive to Ms. Grossman's house. So that was not very far away. The house is not very far from Julio's at all, literally minutes. The route took them to Triumphal Canyon Road. And I think we have, okay, a vision of that. Good. There you go. All right. And you can see from this overhead of the road, this is see the curve coming around. This is not, when you turn right to get to Triumphal Canyon Road, you can't see the crosswalk because the road curves. In fact, you can see by the curvature in the road, you cannot see straight to where the crosswalk is until you are literally about 300 feet from the crosswalk. Okay. The sun had already set. Now you heard Mr. Panish said something about it being light outside. So I'm going to show you what the lighting looked like outside at that time. That is a couple seconds after the accident. And you're going to see here Mr. Erikson's car come through and Miss Grossman's car come through. That one with the flashing lights is Miss Grossman's car. So you can see that it is dark. At this point in time, when this is a video that from the boathouse, I believe it is, which is in the vicinity. At this point in time, it's undisputed that Miss Grossman's vehicle is going 52 miles an hour. That's what the experts are going to say. You'll also hear that the sheriff's department did not preserve the original of that video. It was erased. So that is unfortunately the only view that we have of those videos. And in erasing that video, that prevented us from having information about were there other cars involved. You were going to hear from witnesses that they saw several cars involved. And I'll cover those in a minute. Mr. Panish told you about Mr. Pridgetel, that he thought that he saw them and he thought they were racing. And he had seen them not on Triumphal Road, but on the road before it. And remember, he said when he got to the corner, he didn't see him anymore. But that wasn't the same road. That's not Triumphal Canyon Road. So he didn't see how fast they were going on Triumphal Canyon Road. And his assumption that they were going 80 miles an hour is literally an assumption of somebody that's in a moving vehicle. Very hard to assess speed in another vehicle. It's an estimate. All right, so in that background, going back, we have Ms. Grossman, we have Mr. Erikson are going to the house to watch the debate. About the same time, the Iskander family is crossing the street. And I think counsel said that Nancy was on skates. I think Zachary had a scooter, and the two boys were one on roller skates and one on a skateboard. So everybody's pretty much on wheels. So the evidence will show that Nancy and Zachary were ahead some distance from Mark and Jacob. And as they were crossing the street, Nancy Iskander noticed the car being driven by Mr. Erikson speeding toward her. And she will tell you that she dove out of the way with her son Zachary, barely escaping Mr. Erikson's vehicle. Miss Grossman's vehicle was behind Mr. Erikson's vehicle. So her view directly in front of Mr. Erikson's vehicle would have been blocked. But her airbag deployed. She didn't know what happened. Her car became disabled. She was able to steer it to the right, which she did. That was like the only thing she could do. And then her car stopped down the road from the collision site. And as I told you, her emergency system called 911. She did what she was told. She stayed with the vehicle, but Mr. Erikson kept driving. So you heard a little bit about, I want to talk a little bit about the crosswalk. And here's an image of the crosswalk so you can just kind of get the gist of it. You heard a little bit from Mr. Panish about Susan Manners. You recall that, I'm sure. Susan Manners is someone who, she'll tell you that she didn't see both impacts, but she definitely felt the first impact and saw the second. She will tell you she is adamant that there were two impacts. She was so adamant about it that after she left the scene and went home, she prepared an audio tape of herself to document what she had seen. And I'm sure you'll hear that in this trial. She was standing a few feet away. Now, you heard that Miss Manners gave you her estimates of speed. And the plaintiffs want you to rely on that estimate of speed. That's what Mr. Panish was just telling you. But you didn't hear Mr. Panish talk about the two impacts that Miss Manners mentions. And that's because the evidence will show that none of the experts believe there were two impacts. So on one hand, you will be asked to believe part of what Miss Manners says, but not the other. And that'll be up to you. You'll hear the evidence, and that's your job. So the sidewalk is considered to be, it's considered to be a marked sidewalk. Let me put that back up again, if you don't mind, Rob. Okay. But you'll notice a couple things. You'll notice that there's no stop sign. There is no street light. There's no flashing lights. And remember, it's dark. There were issues with lighting. Another thing you're going to notice too, if you look over toward the middle of the photo, a little bit to the left, you see an island there. That's called a refuge island. And that refuge island is supposed to be a place where if you're crossing the street and a car is coming and you need more time, you can step onto that refuge island and you can be safe. But you can see that the way it's designed, it cuts in. And that it cuts in so that cars that are making turns coming onto Triunfo can do it in a more an easier angle for them. But what the effect of that is to remove some of the safety feature of the island. So before the accident, I'm going to step back in time a little bit now. The city of Westlake Village was aware of these issues that I'm talking about. The lack of stop lights, stop signs, flashing lights, all of that was they were aware of it. And you'll hear from one of the witnesses, Melissa Wolfson. She was a concerned neighbor who lived in the area. And she'll tell you that she brought her concerns to the city of Westlake Village. And she personally had seen pedestrians coming close to being hit by an approaching vehicle in the intersection. Now, you heard from Mr. Panish that there were no pedestrian accidents before this. But you'll hear from her there were near misses. And she herself had to run across the street to avoid being hit. She took her complaints to the city and she asked for changes to be made to the intersection. So then you'll hear from Rock Miller. Rock Miller is a professional engineer who specializes in traffic and transportation engineering. And you'll hear from him about the city of Westlake Village's knowledge and what they did about this. Now, Mr. Miller will try to tell you that this location presented no side obstructions to westbound a vehicle on Triumphal Canyon Road. If you're approaching the Saddle Mountain Drive, no obstructions where a pedestrian might be hit because they could stand in that little cutaway, the refuge island. He'll tell you there were no blind curves. You remember the curve in the road there that I told you about that you can't see until you're 300 feet away. No curves in the road obstructing sight lines or challenges to pedestrian crossing. And then he'll tell you about the raised median, which provides refuge and reduces the challenges of a pedestrian who can't quite make it across the street. But as I showed you, the raised median doesn't run all the way across the sidewalk. You can see a picture here where it cuts off. So if you're trying to get across the street and a car's coming, there's nowhere to jump. That median does not come all the way into the crosswalk. So Mr. Miller, he'll also confirm that in 2017, in December of 2017, 3 years before this accident, the Public Safety Committee presented a report to the City Council. So people were talking about this, to the City Council of Westlake Village, summarizing committee discussions and recommendations. They wanted to install in-road flashing lights, so that you probably have seen some of these. They're in the ground, they flash, and they warned a driver coming that there's a pedestrian there. He'll also tell you that in January 2018, a month later, the Property Owners Association, Parkwood Estates, requested that the city install lights on the crosswalk across Triumphal Canyon Road. The city's Public Safety Committee referred the matter to the City Council for the February 2018 City Council meeting. The City Council considered the matter and voted it down. So now, the next time they took it up was December of 2019. So 2 years after the first presentation of it. 9 months before this accident. The Public Safety Committee submitted the report to the City Council again, and the conditions had not changed, so there was no recommendation to make those changes that the community had requested. So the evidence will show that the city of Westlake Village knew of the problems and didn't do anything about it. So now I want to talk a little bit about Mr. Erikson. You've already heard that Mr. Erikson continued driving and left the scene of the accident, even though he will tell you that he saw the children as his car entered in front of Rebecca Grossman's car. He didn't stop. He didn't flash lights for Rebecca to see. He didn't do anything to warn her, and she wouldn't have been able to see because she was behind him. But he went to the house, and then he came back on foot. So he left his car there, and he came back on foot. Mr. Erikson will tell you that he was stopped as he was coming toward the scene by a police officer who was parked behind Miss Grossman's vehicle. He was standing about 10 yards away from Miss Grossman at that point. Policeman told him to back away from the vehicle. He stood there for 3 hours, but he never identified himself to the officers as having been involved. And you heard and will hear from the Grossman's daughter, Alexis Grossman, that she saw Mr. Erikson at the scene. He appeared to be hiding in the bushes. Now, Alexis Grossman didn't say anything at that point about it. She was, I think, 16 at the time. And she'll tell you she was afraid. I'll come back to Mr. Erikson in a moment. I want to talk a little, oh yes, okay, well this is a diagram, if you will, the marking of the diagram where Alexis Grossman testified that she saw Mr. Erikson hiding. I want to talk about the investigation that was conducted, which rushed to immediately find that this entire accident was Rebecca Grossman's fault and no one else. Witnesses were interviewed at the scene, and there were a lot of witnesses, several witnesses who said that they saw several cars. Miss Manners will tell you about that. And you'll even hear that one of the witnesses saw someone get out of their car, check their bumper, and then get back in their car. But none of those vehicles were stopped. None of those vehicles were hunted down. Nothing was done to investigate whether or not there were any other people involved. All of this potential evidence was ignored. Susan Manners, again, will tell you she saw a pack of 5 cars. That's what she saw. There were other people who mentioned seeing more cars going fast. No investigation as to those cars. This is a rush to judgment. Let me talk about the sobriety testing. So the accident happens, the airbag goes off, the vehicle is disabled, and it coasts to the point of rest. 911 is providing instructions. Ms. Grossman stays in her vehicle. So now Officer Kelly comes over and he immediately assumes that Ms. Grossman is drunk. He said he could smell alcohol. So he decides to conduct 25 minutes of sobriety testing. 25 minutes. It wasn't just the blow in the breathalyzer that you saw. In fact, when you see the sobriety testing, you'll see that Officer Kelly had Rebecca Grossman blow into the device several times, over and over again. And I don't know if you heard it, but it was kind of cut off, but you heard her say she...
What Ms. Grossman was saying.
Overall.
This was played.
Overall, just
Yeah.
keep going.
You saw played the sobriety, a portion of the sobriety testing where there was audio playing and you heard Ms. Grossman say she had asthma. But every time she blew into it, Officer Kelly accepted it. Like, okay, good. Go back, check it, record it, come back, made her do it again. They did it several times, back and forth. But that wasn't the only thing he did. 25 minutes of sobriety testing. He checked her eyes. He checked her horizontal and vertical gaze. He did what's called a modified Romberg test. He had her walk and turn. He had her do this one leg stand where you have to have the leg up like this and hold it for 12 seconds, and then do the other leg and do the same. He had her do the finger to nose test with her eyes closed. He performed 9 tests. There were 9 tests total, and he performed 7 of the 8 tests himself. But he didn't perform the lack of convergence test, which was actually required. Some of the tests he performed were not required. And he will tell you that he did not observe an unsteady gait. She wasn't walking funny. He did not observe slurred speech. He got 2 results from the breathalyzer, both below the legal limit. The first 1.076, the second 1.075. Both were under the legal limit.
I should check on this term, legal limit.
Came up in
Overruled.
the plaintiff's
Overruled.
And yet, even though he did all those tests and he didn't notice anything wrong, he formed the opinion that she failed the sobriety test. But even Officer Kelly will admit that anyone, this is all on video, anyone can watch the video themselves and decide whether they think she failed the sobriety test. Another thing about the investigation was during the investigation at the scene, although requested, officers withheld information from Ms. Grossman. She didn't know what happened. She wanted to know what happened, and no one would tell her. She didn't know she had hit the boys. She didn't even know there were boys there.
Jury will disregard those comments.
She was unaware of what had occurred. Let's talk about speed. They immediately assumed Ms. Grossman was speeding. You're going to hear from experts on the issue of speeding. You're going to hear from Mr. Kwasniak about the speed calculations which were made by the Sheriff's Department, which were based on the post-accident videos. One of the videos I showed you was a post-accident video captured on one of the houses nearby. And they did analysis of that, and everybody agrees as to what that speed is based on that video. You're going to hear from an expert, and Mr. Kwasniak is also going to talk about problems with the sidewalk and problems with the lighting that I've already mentioned. Mr. Castaneda will come over for the plaintiffs and will tell you from his expert opinion. He did a speed analysis and he determined that Ms. Grossman was traveling at about 72 miles an hour at the time of impact. But he is going to base that on the EDR, electronic data recorder. So we're going to talk about that in a moment. So Castaneda is going to tell you that he measured the speed of Ms. Grossman's vehicle, that she's driving fast at 72 miles an hour, and yet about 200 feet later, she's reduced her speed by 30 miles an hour on a car that's not drivable. And he's also going to tell you that there's this reduction in speed of about 30 miles an hour is with no hard braking. We believe the evidence will show Ms. Grossman was traveling much slower at impact than Mr. Erikson and much slower than the EDR. And on the point of the witnesses Mr. Panish lined up and told you about, you remember that? Nobody really knows what the speed was. If you're standing outside a vehicle and you see a vehicle go by, I could line up 10 people. You could line up a lot of people and say, how fast was that car going? And you get 10 different answers. It's an assumption. It's an estimation. And you'll have to decide whether or not you believe those estimations are accurate. So I want to go back to Mr. Erikson again. So Mr. Erikson will tell you that he saw the children in the crosswalk when he was about 20 yards away. 20 yards away, even if you're going 60 miles an hour, gives you less than a second to respond, to react. And within that fraction of a second, he squeezed between Miss Iskander with Zachary and the other two boys, leaving Miss Grossman to directly impact the other. And then he left the scene and watched. So later, when Mr. Grossman, I'm sorry, apologize. Later, when Mr. Erikson was discovered, he was asked to produce the vehicle that he was driving at the time of the accident. But he chose to produce the Mercedes that he wasn't driving. He had two Mercedes, and we'll look at those, and they're very different. One has the, I don't know what you call that, steel bumper in the front. That's the one he produced for the inspection when called upon to do that. That second Mercedes was not presented until, I think it's 2024. By 2024, no way to inspect that vehicle, right? That for an accident that happened in 2020.
Sustain.
Mr. Erikson says that he was driving between 50 and 55 miles an hour. So I want to comment about some of the things that you've heard about post-incident. You saw a little bit about Miss Grasso. Miss Grasso and the statements that she made about what she heard Miss Grossman say. First of all, this accident happened in September of 2020. The evidence will show that Miss Grasso didn't come forward until April 2023. There's a police investigation going on, and she didn't come forward until 2023 to say what she claimed she overheard Ms. Grossman say. It'll be up to you to decide whether or not you believe that statement. But she will not be able, Ms. Grasso cannot explain why the officer who was with Ms. Grossman that entire time, Officer Barraza, why she didn't hear that statement being made. You won't hear any other witnesses say, I heard that statement being made. So this witness, Ms. Grasso, came in 3 years later with this statement. This was the accusation that if Mercedes hadn't stopped my car, I'd be home. You remember, you heard about Dr. Waldrop. Actually, strike that. I meant to say Dr. Mateo. You heard about Dr. Mateo, you saw a little bit of his deposition. The one thing that I thought was important is he thought that she, maybe her demeanor, what might not have been, or she was annoyed, recall that? But you know what he said? He said she had good mental capacity. She had good mental capacity. He didn't say she was drunk. He didn't say she looked like she'd been drinking. Good mental capacity. That's why he chose to question her. There's a lot more that we will talk about in the case as we go on. But this is about civil damages. And I know you all heard the judge, and you've all heard our request of you to not let sympathy affect your verdict. But we are going to be asking for you to follow the law and to return a reasonable verdict. Thank you.
Thank you. Please see Councilor Supper. Feel free to stretch while we're. Ms. Troop, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Again, my name is Deborah Trop, and I, along with my colleagues, have the privilege of representing Mr. Scott Erikson, who some of you may have seen, and we introduced, I believe, earlier this week. I know during the mini opening, I gave you a little snippet about Mr. Erikson, but since the point of our opening today, our opening statement is going to be giving you the facts as Mr. Erikson recalls them and the facts as Mr. Erikson will testify to them and what the evidence will show about September 29th, 2020. So Mr. Erikson, as you know, played baseball growing up. He eventually went to college and continued to play ball. He was lucky enough to be drafted to the minors, and then he went and played for the majors for several years. When he was done playing baseball, Mr. Erikson went into the media and began working for the local Pac-12 network, calling and announcing UCLA games. He did that until COVID hit. After COVID hit, he eventually moved to Nevada, where he lives now, where he does the golf circuit for charities. He is going to be here as much as he can. This trial is important to him, and taking the stand is important to him. If he's not here every day, it is because he is in Nevada. He will be here as often as he can. So I'd like to start with the roadmap for September 29th, 2020. I guess before we go there, we should back up a few months to where and when Mr. Erikson and Ms. Grossman met. They met several months earlier than the date of the accident. They were friends at first. A few months go by and they do begin to date. Ms. Grossman is separated from her husband. Mr. Erikson is single. As they were dating during those months, there were times that Mr. Erikson went to Westlake Village, to the area where Ms. Grossman lived, and they had gone out in that city and in that area. And he had also already been to the home that she was living in. We call it the Bowsprit home because that's the name of the street. So he had also been to Westlake with her, gone out a few times, met friends, and had also stayed with her at the Bowsprit house, which is where he did go after the night of the accident. Okay, the day of the accident. So Mr. Erikson recalls that he had plans on September 29th, 2020, with Rebecca Grossman. The plan was going to be for him to get to Westlake Village, And eventually they were going to meet up later that afternoon and have dinner. I know some of this sounds like details and it might not mean something, but it is important that you understand his recollection of that day. So Mr. Erikson arrived in Westlake Village around 3 p.m. He will tell you that he was hungry and wasn't going to meet Rebecca for some time later. So he goes to Subway right near the area where he thinks he's going to meet Miss Grossman later. He has a foot-long, I know this is detail, a foot-long grilled chicken sandwich and a Diet Coke. This is what he will tell you. And he ate that at the Subway. Where he went to buy it, he sat there and ate it. Now, earlier in the day, when he was speaking to Rebecca Grossman and they were making their plans for that evening, they decided that they were going to be at her bowsprit house and they were going to grill, barbecue, and make tacos. And Ms. Grossman had told Mr. Erikson sometime that day that she had everything to make the tacos, but she didn't have the tortillas. So Mr. Erikson will tell you that he was at Subway from approximately 3 to 3:45 or 4 p.m. on the 29th having a sandwich. After he had a sandwich, he went to the grocery store right nearby and bought tortillas for that evening. At this point, it's about 4 p.m. and he still hasn't heard from Ms. Grossman about when they're meeting or where. So he goes to a local place called Stonehouse, which is a restaurant and bar, and he sits in their patio area and orders and has one light beer. It's worth mentioning here that Mr. Erikson is 6'4" and weighs approximately 245 pounds. He sits at Stonehouse, has his beer, and is surprised when his friend of 30 years, Royce Clayton, walks into the Stonehouse restaurant as well. A little background on Mr. Erikson and Mr. Clayton. They both played baseball at the same time. They never played on the same team. They did sometimes play against each other. And over the years, Mr. Erikson became good friends with Mr. Clayton, had met Mr. Clayton's wife named Sam, and knew his children. They were good friends. So when Mr. Clayton walks into Stonehouse, Mr. Erikson is surprised, but he's sitting there alone having a beer, so they get to talking. And he sits down with the two of them sit down and they begin catching up. This is about from 4 to 5 p.m. about that. While they're sitting at Stonehouse, Mr. Erikson tells Mr. Clayton that he has plans that evening to meet Rebecca Grossman. And let me also tell you that the evidence will show that Mr. Clayton had already met Ms. Grossman during the time that Mr. Erikson and Ms. Grossman were dating. So Mr. Erikson had already introduced Mr. Clayton to Ms. Grossman. I can't believe I'm getting all these names right. Okay, so they sit there for a while at Stonehouse and they each have a beer. While at Stonehouse, Mr. Erikson gets a call from Ms. Grossman, and there is a plan to meet around 6 p.m. at Julio's, Agave Grill. I think Mr. Panda showed you a picture of that. Julio's at that time had a makeshift, because of COVID, a makeshift patio in the parking lot. So Mr. Erikson and Mr. Clayton head over to Julio's. Well, let me back up. Mr. Erikson asked Mr. Clayton, do you want to come with us, come meet me and Rebecca at Julio's and hang out with us? And he says yes. So they each take their own car and they go to Julio's. When Mr. Erikson gets there, he takes a seat on the makeshift patio and he orders himself a margarita. Mr. Clayton is sidetracked as he gets to Julio's because he sees a group of moms sitting in the restaurant that he knows from where all their kids go to school and where he coaches. So he stops and talks to this table for a good long time. while Mr. Erikson is sitting there drinking his first margarita, which he ordered at about 5 p.m. By 5:30, Mr. Clayton is done talking to the moms and Ms. Grossman arrives. So now it's about 5:30 p.m. and we have them sitting at a table together on the patio. Mr. Erikson, Ms. Grossman, and Ms. Clayton. Mr. Clayton orders a margarita. Mr. Erikson orders one for Ms. Grossman, and they start talking. During the time that they're talking, they do talk about their plans for that night, that they're going to barbecue, and there's mention of the debate that's going to happen, the presidential debate that evening. So at some point, there's a discussion where they invite Mr. Clayton to join them for the evening, and he says yes. Mr. Erikson ordered a second margarita, and he claims to have ordered that second margarita around 6 p.m. He ordered the first one about 5, the second one at 6. I will tell you that the bill from Julio's has a timestamp on it, I believe, of 6:51, and it has Mr. Erikson's signature at 6:51 because he paid the bill. They pretty much, the three of them pretty much leave Julio's Agave Grill at the same time. While they're walking out at some point, Mr. Clayton says, "Do you have fish or shrimp that I can have in this taco at your house?" And he says, "We don't." And Mr. Clayton says, "No problem. I'll stop at the store and pick up some shrimp, and I'll, meet you at Ms. Grossman's house, but I'll have to text you for the address," because Mr. Clayton had never been to the Bowsprit house. Mr. Erikson recalls that they left the restaurant together and that he walked Rebecca Grossman to her car, and she got in her car. He walked a couple of aisles over and got into his own car. He backed out and started to leave the restaurant parking lot, and he recalls, and he will tell you, that as he passed Ms. Grossman's car, she was still in her car. She had not left yet. Mr. Erikson then recalls that he started driving to the Bowsprit house. He believes, his recollection is that at one point, before ever getting to Lindero Canyon Road or Triunfo Road, so closer to Julio's, he does recall at one point seeing Rebecca Grossman's vehicle around him. That's the last time he recalls seeing it until much later in the evening. So let me stop here for a second and explain to you that when you get to the end of Lindero Canyon Road, it's a dead end. And that is where everybody that we're talking about made a right turn onto Triunfo Canyon Road, okay? You've seen some pictures and you will see more during the trial. It is important to note, and there will be testimony, that as you make a right turn onto Triunfo Canyon Road, that entire road up until the crosswalk intersection is curved and does have a 45-mile-per-hour speed limit. Now, Mr. Erikson specifically recalls getting to the intersection of Lindero Canyon Road and Triunfo and knows he's going to make his right turn to go to the Bowsprit house. He makes a right turn and he claims that he is in the number 2 lane, the furthest right lane, the curb lane. He specifically recalls that as he was traveling in that number 2 lane, there was a vehicle in front of him that was going rather slowly. He believed there's parking on the right side of Triunfo Canyon Road. Mr. Erikson will tell you that he made the assumption that this vehicle was looking to park at the curb. So he moved into the number 1 lane, moved over to the left, went past the slow-moving car and got back over into the right lane. He specifically recalls all of that happening before any of the tragic events occurred. Mr. Erikson, before we get to the accident, Ms. Grossman's accident, let me back up and say that Mr. Erikson is going to testify for you in this trial that he was not racing with Rebecca Grossman or anybody else. Even though you saw some testimony when Mr. Panish was doing his opening statement this morning, you saw some testimony about several witnesses saying there was racing. The evidence will show that those several witnesses and others are actually in much and full contradiction. For example, the evidence will show that one witness said it was 2 white cars that were involved in the incident. Another witness, or that were racing. Another witness said there was a pack of 5 cars that were racing. And another witness said that was sedans, not SUVs, that were racing. So there's a lot of different testimony about that you will need to pour through. So back to the actual moments before the incident. I just told you that Mr. Erikson went around that car that he thought was about to park, and he is proceeding in the right lane up Triumphal Canyon Road. He believes he is going 50 to 55 miles per hour when he is 20 to 30 yards from that crosswalk, when he first sees and is surprised to see 2 kids in the road, 2 children in the road, and he describes them as being near that center divider. I think Ms. Holm called it a refuge island, but that they're there in the middle. Now, Mr. Erikson is going to tell you this was a crucial moment for him, that he, at this moment, made a crucial decision. Mr. Erikson will tell you that he believed if he had even slammed on his brakes, that he very likely would not have been able to stop in time, and was very concerned he might hit the kids. And in this crucial moment, he will tell you that he made the decision to speed up a bit more, because from where he was and where the children were, he knew he could clear the intersection safely and not harm the children. The evidence will show that he was right, and that that is exactly what he did, and that's exactly what happened. The last thing about the moment of the incident or getting through the intersection is Mr. Erikson will also tell you that as he went through the crosswalk, he looked back, the children were still in the crosswalk unharmed. And he also will tell you that he did not see any headlights behind him. One thing I forgot to mention, Mr. Erikson will tell you that it was dark at that time, 7 p.m., little past 7 p.m. It was dark, and every vehicle that he saw on the road at that time, including his, had their headlights on. Okay. Mr. Erikson doesn't know that anything has happened behind him. He is not fleeing. He will tell you he is not fleeing. He is not racing anywhere. He's thrilled, grateful, breathing that he got through that intersection and that crosswalk, and he is headed to where he was intended to go. He's headed to the Bowsprit house, which he drives to. It's less than a mile away from where the incident occurred. He goes through the intersection, everything is okay, and he goes to the Bowsprit home, parks his car in the driveway, gets the tortillas from the back seat, and steps out of the car and is waiting for Ms. Grossman to get home. He wanted to wait for her. So he's waiting for a few minutes, and then he's waiting a little more, and then he gets a phone call. And he'll tell you that he got a phone call from Ms. Grossman while he was outside of his vehicle. And she said, something bad happened. And Mr. Erikson will tell you that from the sound of her voice and from what he had just gone through, he said to her, "Did you see those kids?" And Ms. Grossman responded, "What kids?" And then the line went dead. Mr. Erikson was very worried at that moment. He left the tortillas, and rather than get back into his car, once we show you the road map, you'll understand why. Rather than get back into his car and go around by road, the way that area is situated, it was very easy for him to just go on foot, like through the green belt to where he thought, which was headed back towards that intersection. So he will tell you that he ran on foot, and it didn't have to go very far before he came upon Ms. Grossman's car, which was pulled over. He noticed the damage to the front of the car. There was already a policeman there. As he got to the scene, he tried to approach Ms. Grossman. And he was stopped by an officer. And he was asked, "Do you live in the area?" And Mr. Erikson will tell you, he said, "I'm staying in the area." And he said, "Okay, I need you to stand further back." He did stay at the scene for 3 hours. 6'4", 245 pounds for 3 hours. You can't hide behind a tree. He wasn't hiding in bushes. He will tell you he stepped back as the officer asked him to, but he stayed for 3 hours. And when he's asked on the stand, "Why did you stay for 3 hours?" he will tell you he was concerned for Ms. Grossman. He wanted to be there for her. So he stayed that entire time there, did not approach. The officers had told him not to. He was worried for her. He saw the sobriety test happening, the breathalyzer test. He was there for all of it. At some point, Ms. Grossman was handcuffed, put in the back seat, and taken from the scene. Now, while Mr. Erikson was in the greenery or the side road where there's grass and it's trees, and that's where he stood for 3 hours, the Greenbelt area. While he was standing there, he will tell you that he saw Alexis Grossman, the daughter, right?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think I was at the point where Mr. Erikson is still at the scene. He's at the Greenbelt, and I wanted to tell you that he will testify that he did see Alexis Grossman come in her car and stop by her mom's car. She was obviously distressed. He recalls that Ms. Grossman also tried to approach Alexis Grossman, also tried to approach her mother, and the officer asked that she step back. Alexis Grossman will testify that she saw Mr. Erikson hiding in the bushes. She didn't approach him. He was standing back watching and didn't approach her because he had been told to stand back. She's there for just a few minutes and goes back to the house. Mr. Erikson is there for the full 3 hours. Now, once Mr. Erikson left the scene, he went back to the Bowsprit house. The plan was that he was staying there that evening, so he did go back there. He was still worried about Ms. Grossman, didn't know what would happen. When he arrived at the Bowsprit house, Alexis Grossman was there. Now, you've heard from counsel some evidence, or what may be evidence that you'll hear, about an encounter with Mr. Erikson and Alexis Grossman once Mr. Erikson got to the Bowsprit house. The evidence will show that the statements that Ms. Alexis Grossman made, such as he was drunk and screaming at her, were first brought out in this case about at least 2 years after the incident. And the evidence will show that Alexis Grossman has changed her story at least 2 times, and you will hear the differences in those stories. Mr. Erikson's recollection of what happened when he got to the Bowsprit house was that he entered the house. Alexis Grossman was there. She was clearly upset. He recalls that. He said to her, you've called your dad, right? You've got to call your dad if you haven't called your dad. Mr. Erikson felt that Mr. Grossman needed to know what was going on. Mr. Erikson will tell you he was surprised to learn that Alexis Grossman had not yet called her father. He asked her to call her father, and he believes that she did. And then shortly after that, his recollection is that Alexis Grossman left the house in her car to go drive to her father's for the night, the other home in Hidden Hills, I think it is. Mr. Erikson will tell you he had met Alexis Grossman before while he was dating her mother. He had had dinner with her. Their relationship was fine and friendly. He'd never had any interaction with her that was negative, and there was no negative interaction with her that evening. That's what he'll tell you. So the evidence will show that 2 accident reconstruction experts have been retained in this case. One of the accident reconstruction experts was retained on behalf of Mr. Erikson, and the other one was retained on behalf of the Iskanders by Mr. Panish's office. Those are 2 accident reconstruction experts from 2 sides. The evidence will show those accident recons inspected the vehicles, inspected both of Mr. Erikson's black Mercedes, inspected the vehicles, and reached opinions that are actually identical. They both reached the opinion that Mr. Erikson's vehicle was not involved in the incident. It was inspected, the electronic data recording was inspected, and the conclusion was there was one impact, and it was with Ms. Grossman's vehicle. In addition to the 2 accident reconstruction experts, you will also find that all of the investigations done by whether it was the police or the sheriff's department all also concluded the same thing, which is that this was an accident caused by Ms. Grossman and that it was her vehicle that struck the children. This was a tragic event. We do ask that as you are evaluating this case, you realize that there are 2 separate defendants in this case, Mr. Erikson and Ms. Grossman, separate defendants. I also just want to thank you. We want to thank you. Serving on a jury, unless you've served in the military, it really is the only other way you can serve.
Your Honor, it's improper.
I'm sorry?
It's improper.
Objection sustained.
Treating the defendants separately and being as reasonable as you can in the wake of the tragedy when you are awarding damages. That's all I have for today. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. City Council sidebar. Do you? Let me, before we start, do you guys need to do anything? You're good. Okay. All right. So members of the jury, we're about to start testimony with the first witness. I want to remind you, opening statements are not evidence. The arguments, statements, especially if I've sustained an objection to anything, that is not evidence and is not to be considered in this case. All right, Mr. Panish, call your first witness. Mr. Owen.
Your Honor, the plaintiff called Michael Hale.
Hale, come forward.
Shall please approach the witness stand but remain standing. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hale, if you would help us out, just move that, turn that microphone back towards you.
And if you can state and spell your name for the record.
Michael Hale, Michael. Last is Hale, Hale.
All right, good afternoon, Mr. Hale.
Good afternoon, sir.
What do you do for a living?
I'm an investigator with the Orange County District Attorney's Office Vehicular Homicide Unit,
How long have you been in that position?
coming up on 9 years.
All right, is accident investigation and reconstruction part of your job duties and responsibilities within that unit?
Yes.
All right, can you give us a sense, broadly speaking, about what accident investigation and reconstruction is?
Collision investigation is investigating a crash, trying to determine the cause of the crash. That dovetails with reconstruction. Very often, reconstruction methods are used to aid in determining a primary collision factor and other factors that may have lent to the collision itself. Collision reconstruction deals with determining speeds, distances, times for vehicles, and we use various methods for that, such as speed from skid, downloading vehicle event data recorders, crush, pedestrian throw formulas, that type of thing.
So let's discuss your background, training, and experience, and let's start with law enforcement. So, sir, did you attend and graduate from the police academy?
I did.
Which police academy?
Rio Hondo Police Academy.
And what year did you graduate?
I attended the Reserve Academy in 1992. I graduated the Module D, which was the full academy, in 1996.
All right. What was your first position in law enforcement?
Police officer, reserve police officer with the South Pasadena Police Department.
And eventually, did you earn a promotion from that position?
From there, I went to the Arcadia Police Department. I started at South Pasadena in January of 95. I went to the Arcadia Police Department in February of 97.
And at some point, did you become a detective?
I did. At Arcadia, I became a detective in 2007, and I worked the traffic desk.
And have you heard of the phrase or the term MAIT, M-A-I-T?
Yes.
And what does that stand for?
That stands for Major Accident Investigation Team.
Were you part of that?
Yes, I was an investigator on the MAIT team beginning in 2004. I took over as the lead investigator in 2007 and the team lead as the traffic detective.
All right. And do you have to have special qualifications or skills in order to be part of the MAIT team?
Yes.
And what are those types of specialized skills?
I've attended numerous training and certification courses in order to be qualified to do that. Beginning with basic, intermediate, and advanced traffic collision investigations, traffic collision reconstruction, auto versus pedestrian, bicycle, vehicle dynamics, speed from crush, vehicle inspections, motorcycle collisions. I have certifications in light rail collision investigations and reconstruction, railroad grade crossing, motorcycle collision investigations. I think I might already mention that one. Event data recorder, download Tech 1 and Tech 2, an event data analyst. I also hold numerous certifications in digital forensics. And I've had experience throughout the 31 years I've been in law enforcement investigating and documenting traffic collisions.
Now, what does the MAIT team do?
So the MAIT team investigates all major and fatal collisions, anything from a single to multiple fatality, any major collision, any collisions involving city property where there may be liability. And I did that not just in the city of Arcadia, but assisted allied agencies throughout the San Gabriel Valley.
And so is there like a minimum criteria for a particular collision in order to trigger MAIT's involvement in it?
It varies by agency. For my agency, it was if there was a fatality or major injuries, and then would also be deemed MAIT call out if the watch commander who was on duty at the time felt that there was a major liability to an allied government agency.
Now, beyond just law enforcement, did you have your own private practice?
I did.
And what was that called?
Michael T. Hale and Associates.
Okay. And about from what time frame did you have that private practice?
2007 to 2017, I had to stop that when I went to the DA's office.
All right. And well, when you were in that private practice, what did you do?
It was the same thing, but I did a lot of work consulting and doing work for insurance companies, private injury attorneys, or I'm sorry, personal injury attorneys, and government agencies.
How about academic positions? Did you ever hold any?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Criminal Justice Management. I have a Master of Arts in Organizational Leadership.
And how about teaching and instruction? Do you ever teach in any schools?
Yes. So in my time with the Orange County District Attorney's Office, I've taught and been a presenter at the California Office of Traffic Safety, Northern and Southern California traffic colleges, which are for law enforcement, investigators, as well as prosecutors. I've also taught at numerous municipal agencies in Los Angeles and Orange County, as well as the Orange County Sheriff's Department, the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, and the California Highway Patrol.
All right. Sir, how about, have you heard of an entity or a company called Crash Teams in Southern
Yes.
California?
I'm sorry, yes.
All right. And what is that?
Well, Crash Teams is not around any longer, but it was a private company that specialized in collision reconstruction, also working for private attorneys as well as insurance companies. And I worked with them for several years as a senior reconstructionist on the side while I was a police officer.
All right. And when you were working with Crash Teams, what kind of work were you doing?
The same thing, collision investigations, reconstruction work, compiling reports, testimony, and consultation.
All right. And you had identified some of your specialized training in terms of basic, advanced, and intermediate accident investigation. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Can you give us a sense of what the general broad brush, what the differences are between those, the basic, intermediate, and advanced?
Each certification course progresses in scope and difficulty and the level of certification that you get. Basic deals mainly with just teaching and learning how to investigate and document a traffic collision, all the way up through reconstruction, where you are applying advanced methodology in order to determine causes of a crash.
And that accident reconstruction that you just described at the very end, did you actually receive training and instruction in that?
Yes.
And where did you receive that instruction?
Riverside County Sheriff's Office at the Ben Clark Training Institute.
And you had also mentioned in part of your answer, specialized training in vehicle dynamics or speed from crush. Is that right?
Yes.
What is that?
That's determining a vehicle's speed from the amount of crush damage that it incurs in a collision. That's based on a methodology called linear regression that works off of crash testing. We've all seen IIHS and NHTSA that conduct crash testing with vehicles. They ram them into concrete barriers and other simulated vehicles at known speeds. Because that's done at known speeds, you then can, based on the changes in the speeds at different crashes, very accurately calculate the speed of a vehicle for that particular model based on the amount of crush in a given crash.
Sir, you had mentioned specialized training in auto versus pedestrian collisions. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is there like an additional specialization or training that you got as it relates to auto versus pedestrian fatalities? Or are they related? You can tell us.
They're all relative, but it is a separate certification course, and I did receive that certification. Yes.
Now, have you heard of crash data retrieval?
Yes.
And what is that?
So crash data retrieval, or the CDR system, as it's referred to, is a set of hardware and software that's put out by the Bosch Corporation that allows us to interface with a vehicle, with the controller area network on a vehicle. In that controller area network is the airbag control unit. And inside the airbag control unit is what's called an EDR, or an event data recorder. That event data recorder is constantly recording data as a car drives. In the event of a collision, it stores that data. We then can use the CDR equipment to go in and take an image or a download of that data.
And that data, you refer to it as electronic or event data recorder?
Correct.
Is that, have you heard that been referred to as like a black box.
That's the common layman's term is vehicle black box, yes.
And what does that generally mean to you based on your background training experience?
The easiest way to explain it is it's a little recorder that wakes up when it senses that the vehicle is involved in what may be an impending crash. Once it wakes up, it starts evaluating what the vehicle's doing in terms of speed changes. Now there's data sets that it's constantly monitoring, like speed, throttle, braking, that type of thing. And if you think of it like a paper towel tube at the center of a paper towel roll, that data is flowing through that tube all the time. You get 5 seconds worth of data flowing through that tube. In the event of a crash, you just put the caps on either end of that tube and there's your 5 seconds of pre-crash data that's contained. You then also get a very small amount of post-collision data that's also recorded.
Sir, with respect to all the specialized training and instruction that you receive, do you also, in your capacity, give presentations and training on those very topics?
I do to all the agencies I was mentioning earlier, yes.
And that includes crash data retrieval?
Yes.
Over the course of your career, can you give us an estimate of the number of collisions that you've investigated?
Over the course of my 31-year career, I've conservatively investigated more than or greater than 7,500 collisions. More than 500 of those have been fatalities.
And then how about, can you give us an estimate of the times that you've testified as an expert in accident reconstruction?
My best conservative estimate on that is it's in excess of 300 times.
And does that include giving testimony both in court and in depositions?
Yes.
And then in terms of your total number of years experience as it relates to accident reconstruction, about how many years have you been doing and practicing that?
Investigation since 95, reconstruction since 04, so 22 years.
Now, with respect to this case that you're here to offering testimony right now, you understand it concerns an auto versus pedestrians collision, am I correct?
I do.
And it resulted in the deaths of Mark and Jacob Iskander?
Yes.
And based on the information you know, it occurred on September 29th, 2020 at about 7:10 p.m. Does that sound right?
It does, yes.
And it occurred at the intersection of Triangle Canyon Road and Saddle Mountain Drive in Westlake Village?
Yes.
Were you asked in a separate matter to review this file with respect to this crash?
I was.
And what was your assignment?
My assignment was to assist the investigators that were looking into that separate matter.
And what did you do to that end? What did you investigate?
Ultimately, I, after reviewing the case, determined that a time, distance, and force analysis would be appropriate in order to determine whether speed was a factor and whether the crash would have occurred had speed not been a factor.
And in performing that investigation of that assignment, did you use all the background training experience that you described to us?
Yes.
And in performing that work and that analysis, did you draft a report?
I did.
And did you have a case file that contained the materials that you reviewed and relied on in order to do your analysis and reach your opinions and conclusions?
I did.
Can you give a sense of the materials and information and evidence that you reviewed in order to perform your work?
I reviewed the initial traffic collision report as well as the crash data report, which resulted from the event data recorder download of the car involved. I also reviewed other production that came from another matter.
All right. Now, with respect to our case, you provided testimony in a deposition back in July 2025. Does that sound right?
Yes.
And that's where I and other lawyers for the defendants asked you questions?
Yes.
And you showed up to that deposition pursuant to a subpoena,
I did.
and you showed up here today pursuant to a subpoena, is that right?
I did, yes.
Have I retained you or paid you any money for the work that you've done as it relates to this fatal collision?
No,
Have any of the defendants paid you for that work?
no,
In performing your work and your analysis and your reconstruction, do you believe that you approached it with an open mind, without any predetermined conclusions?
I'm absolutely certain that I did.
Is that something, as an accident reconstructionist, that you are essentially required to do every time you're asked to analyze a collision or an accident?
I am, and very often I come in opposing sometimes the office I work for at this time.
And during the work, well, let me step back. Can you give us an estimate of the total number of hours you believe you've worked on this case, analyzing the file, writing the report, and reaching your conclusions?
Gosh, it's been a long time. I guess my best estimate would probably be 80 hours.
Did you feel at any time that you were being rushed or that you were rushing? You felt like you needed to rush to a certain judgment or conclusion?
Not at all.
And I think I may have asked you to forgive me, but you're here today pursuant to a subpoena?
Yes.
With respect to the vehicle that you studied, can you please identify that vehicle?
It was a 2018 Mercedes-Benz AMG 43.
And was it the AMG GLE 43?
I believe it was, yes.
Who was driving that vehicle at the time of the crash?
Rebecca Grossman.
What was the speed limit at the location of the crash on the date of the crash?
45 miles per hour.
All right. And sir, you mentioned that you had generated a report that contains your work, your analyses, and opinions as it relates to this crash. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you had told us that your work and your assignment, that was part of your assignment, was to do a time distance analysis.
Yes.
What's that?
So a time distance analysis, it's actually pretty simple. It's kind of what it sounds like. There are three factors that you consider: speed, distance, and time. If you have two of the three, you can calculate the third. So a time distance analysis in a case like this, when we have known speeds, means that what I set out to do is calculate what were the distances involved at the known speeds and times for which we have data samples recorded by the car. And then what do those distances mean with regard to the crash? How do they play into it? How does it interact? And in the end, what does it mean? And essentially what we're looking for is speed the factor? Is speed not a factor in the crash?
All right. So what I'd like to do, Your Honor, I'd like to ask permission to publish Exhibit 111, page 2.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustained.
I'd like to, sir, do you have the Bosch crash data retrieval report with you?
I do.
All right. And is that one of the documents that you reviewed and relied on to reach your opinions and conclusions in this case?
Yes.
Does that Bosch crash data retrieval report contain data related to Rebecca Grossman's vehicle from the date of our crash?
Yes.
Is it common in your expert work to use crash data retrieval reports similar to the one that you reviewed and relied upon?
Yes.
About how many times in your career have you, or strike that, about how many times in your career would you estimate that you've personally been involved in downloading data like this from a vehicle?
Hundreds, if not thousands.
Are you well familiar with the data in these reports, including the Bosch crash data report for Rebecca Grossman's vehicle?
I am.
Are you well familiar with how to interpret and analyze the data within these crash data reports, including this one in particular?
Yes.
Is there any doubt in your mind that the crash data that you reviewed as it relates to Rebecca Grossman's vehicle, is there any doubt in your mind that it's relates to the fatal crash that we're talking about today?
There's no doubt in my mind that it does relate to the fatal crash that we're talking about today.
And with respect to your work in this case, do you analyze the pre-crash data from that report as it relates to Rebecca Grossman's vehicle?
I did.
All right. And what does that pre-crash data show us?
Objection vague. Broad.
Over.
It shows us for 5 seconds pre-crash the data streams that I was referencing earlier: vehicle speed, throttle, and braking.
And does it also show, it shows time, speed, accelerator, pedal, and service brake activation?
Yes, it does. There's data samples at given time points for the 5 seconds prior.
So let's start with 5 seconds before impact. Based on your analysis, what do we know about Rebecca Grossman's vehicle?
Objection hearsay.
We know how fast it's going. We know how much throttle is being applied by the driver. We know whether or not the brakes are being applied. We know what that time is in relation to time zero, which is essentially our impact point.
So 5 seconds before the crash, how fast was Rebecca Grossman traveling?
Objection hearsay. Foundation.
73 miles per hour.
Right. And how much was Rebecca Grossman pushing down on the gas pedal at that point?
Objection foundation. Speculation. Hearsay.
At that point, I can't recall the percentage, but it did progress over the seconds leading up to time zero.
Would reviewing the Bosch crash data report, the pre-collision data, that 5 second period, would reviewing that help refresh your memory about the percent accelerator application?
Yes, with regard to that specific data point, yes.
Okay. So, Your Honor, permission to publish just to the witness the PDF page 8 of trial exhibit 111.
Granted. Granted.
Your Honor, so the screen won't broadcast just to the witness, so can I approach and hand the witness the exhibit I was just referencing?
Yes.
Take that one, please. You want that off?
Maybe just look at that screen over there.
Are you able to see that, Mr. Hale?
Yes.
Okay. And just looking at that, help refresh your memory about the data sets and numbers from the Bosch crash data report relating to Rebecca Grossman's vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. All right. All right. So 5 seconds before impact, you told us the speed, 73 miles per hour. What do you recall the gas pedal application percentage?
76.
Hearsay.
I'm sorry?
76%.
And then a half second later, what's happening?
She's continuing to press on the accelerator to the point that it reaches 98%, which is essentially floored.
I'm just going to object hearsay, move to strike last foundation.
Overruled.
You had mentioned flooring it. Is that when you use that term? Is that could the gas pedal be depressed any more than that?
In theory, you could get a 100% reading on there. It's extremely rare that you do. Normally, you'll see 97, 98% is the max that you'll be able to obtain on a report like this. So a 98% would be considered full throttle.
And have you heard the term pedal to the metal?
I have.
And is that similar to the 98% gas pedal application?
That is what it is.
And based on the data, the numbers, what's the top speed that Rebecca Grossman reaches in the 5 seconds before the fatal crash?
Objection, foundation, speculation.
Overruled. 81 miles per hour.
And about how many seconds before the fatal crash does she reach that speed?
Same objections.
Overruled. I believe that's at -3.
In other words, 3 seconds before impact?
Correct.
All right. And this is all in a 45 mile per hour zone
Yes.
in a residential area?
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled. I believe it would be considered residential. There is residential ingress and egress on that roadway.
And based on what you know, was it an area that was popular for people to, go out, walk, run, ride their bikes, enjoy the outdoors?
I don't have personal knowledge of that, but I do infer it based on the fact that there are crosswalks in the location there at that intersection.
Using it and referencing back to the crash data report, when is the first point in time where Rebecca Grossman applied the brakes during that 5 second sequence?
At -1.5, so 1.5 seconds from collision.
And the braking that is recorded on the crash data report, how would you describe that braking as an accident reconstructionist?
It was light braking.
Have you ever heard, or you yourself use the term emergency G-force braking?
Yes.
And what is that?
That's essentially what people would refer to as dynamiting the brakes or standing on the brakes and stopping as hard and as fast as a vehicle is capable of.
And based on your analysis, investigation, did Rebecca Grossman at any point in time in the 5 seconds leading up to the fatal collision engage in emergency G-force braking?
Objection, foundation, speculation.
No, she did not.
During your investigation, did you ever learn or see evidence of any skid marks or tire friction marks at or near the area of impact?
No.
How about after impact? Did you ever see any evidence of emergency G-force braking?
No.
How about at the point of impact, at time 0, was Rebecca Grossman applying the brakes?
Objection, foundation, speculation. Ms. Race?
No, the brakes were only applied for 1 second from -1.5 to -0.5 and then released.
And so at the point of impact, were the brakes being applied at all?
No.
And how about at the point of impact, when she struck and hit the boys, how fast was she going?
Objection, foundation, speculation.
Rephrase.
Sir, based on your work and analysis in this case, did you study whether Rebecca Grossman's vehicle had 2 impacts to it?
I did.
And describe the work you did in that regard.
So part of the crash data report, the event data recorder data, time 0 being essentially the collision in the case. This module records an additional 250 milliseconds of data, longitudinal and latitudinal delta V. Delta V just means change in velocity. In that 1/4 of a second post collision or post time 0 data, beginning at 70 milliseconds, which is only 71 thousandths of a second, into time 0 is really what's called algorithm enable. It's not the collision. At 70 milliseconds in from algorithm enable, there is a -1.2 mile per hour longitudinal delta V. And then again, at 130 milliseconds, there's an additional -1.2 mile per hour delta V that is consistent with striking 2 objects.
All right. And you had mentioned delta V.
Yes.
What's that?
Delta V, delta is the symbol for change. V is just velocity. So delta V is a change in velocity. And in this case, change in velocity over time, meaning that the car slowed down just a little bit by 1.2 miles per hour at each one of those segments.
And the two distinct impacts that you just described to us, based on your background training experience and your analysis here, were those the Iskander boys?
Yes.
So at the point of impact, when Rebecca Grossman hit Mark and Jacob Iskander, how fast was she going?
Objection foundation.
Over 73 miles per hour.
All right, sir, using the speed and time data that you have from Rebecca Grossman's vehicle, were you able to perform a time, speed, distance calculation during the 5-second time frame?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to publish a table with numbers. That's trial exhibit 110, page 4.
Okay.
Hang on a second.
Proceed.
Malone.
I'm sorry.
It's hearsay, Your Honor.
Over.
So just a table. Publish it.
Yeah, you said.
Yeah. Oh, that's 110. Okay, sir, can you see this table that's on your screen right now?
I can see the table. My screen just turned off, but I can see the table, yes.
Okay, what is this?
So this is a table that I created. It's an Excel spreadsheet table. This table is showing the calculations for the distances that the vehicle was at the known speeds traveled at each data point, and also gives a cumulative total distance.
All right, and so the first entry at -5, at the very top under time, it reads -5. You go across, there's a distance there that reads 559.9. Is that in feet?
That is.
Okay, and so what does that number mean to us? Describe what that number is.
So calculating backwards, because we have varying speeds, I took the speed at each data point. And then in order to account for speed changes over time, you have to average it with the data point prior to, so that you're actually getting accurate distances. And then you multiply that by the number of seconds traveled in that segment. The next column over, segment, is the number of feet traveled in that particular segment for that data point. And then at the far right, the distance column is the total distance that the vehicle was from point of impact at that particular time. So at -5 seconds, the vehicle's traveling 73 miles per hour. The velocity at 73 miles per hour is 107.091 feet per second. And seconds in segment are 0 because that's our first data point. And the vehicle was a distance of 559 feet from impact at that point.
And so at 5 seconds, using your numbers, Rebecca Grossman traveled approximately 559 feet.
Correct, yes.
Now, these speeds and values and distances here, are they all based on what actually occurred on the date of the crash?
Objection foundation speculation.
Over. Yes.
And then you plotted out or marked on a map the location of Rebecca Grossman's vehicle during this 5-second time frame. Is that correct?
I did, yes.
All right, Your Honor, with permission, I'd like to publish the graphic aerial map on page 6.
Same exhibit.
Yes.
No objection on that page.
All right. Mr. Hale, can you at least see it on one of the screens near you or adjacent to you?
Yes, sir, I can.
All right, what are we looking at here?
So This is a map that I created. It's a Google Earth image that I scaled in order to accurately measure the data points. The point in yellow and the 0 represents time 0, or the point of impact in this case. And then each point back represents each half-second data point that was recorded by the vehicle. And I measured it out. It got too busy when I included each number, so I just graduated it in whole seconds. But essentially it's 0, 0.5, 1 second, 1.52, and so on, all the way out to 5 seconds pre-collision. And what that represents is where the vehicle was distance-wise from the collision at each time. So at -5, at 5 seconds out, that point represents 559 feet away.
All right, and then as it relates to, the orange plot points, -1, that's the location of Rebecca Grossman's vehicle 1 second before impact.
Correct.
And the yellow 0, that's impact. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
Did you do a similar analysis, similar to what we looked at just a moment ago in table 4, and also what we're looking at here, based on if Rebecca Grossman had actually driven the 45-mile-per-hour speed limit?
Yes, I did.
And so, Your Honor, with permission, I'd like to publish the table on the same exhibit, the table that's on page 5, that's math, or rather numbers.
See.
Oh, no. I'm sorry, Your Honor, this is page 6. All right, there we go. Okay. Mr. Hale, can you see this table on a screen?
Yes.
All right, and, looks similar to the prior table we looked at, but tell us how it's different if it is.
It is different, and this calculates the distance that the vehicle would have traveled in the same manner if it had been traveling at the posted speed limit of 45 miles per hour. The total distance traveled is 326 feet.
All right. And so, all right, so in other words, in that same 5-second time frame, going 45 miles per hour, approximately 326 feet of distance is traveled. Is that right?
Exactly 326 feet of distance will be covered, yes.
All right. Your Honor, on the same exhibit, I'd like to publish the aerial graphic that's on probably page 7.
Is it probable, or is it actually page 7?
So, it is, sorry. All right.
So your objection is to the writing on it, but,
Over.
All right. What are we looking at here, Mr. Hill?
So this is the same scaled Google Earth image. Time 0 in yellow is still the point of impact, but plotted on this, what I did is beginning at 5 seconds out, in order to properly conduct the time distance analysis from 5 seconds out, we know how far away the vehicle was at that point. So now I need to move the vehicle forward at the speed limit in order to see what the difference is. And so that's what this represents. This represents the -5 in green is the same -5 that we saw in the previous map, but then this is moving the vehicle forward at each data point for the same 5 seconds. So the green 0 in that point represents where the vehicle would have been had it been traveling 45 miles per hour for the same 5 seconds pre-crash. And that's a distance of 233 feet gap between the actual point of impact and where the vehicle would have been when the boys were at the point of impact if it had been going 45 miles per hour.
All right, so, okay, so 5 seconds, if we're using the speeds that actually occurred that's a distance traveled of about 559 feet.
Correct.
And then same time frame, 5 seconds, at 45 miles per hour, the speed limit, the distance traveled is 326 feet.
Correct.
That's a difference of about 233 feet.
Correct.
Does that matter?
That matters a lot,
Why?
because now there's a 233-foot approach gap. So what the next step in the investigation is to say, okay, how long now would it take the vehicle to travel to the point of impact at the speed limit of 45 miles per hour? And then we can continue working on steps from there in order to determine whether an impact would have occurred.
And these aerial overviews that you created and the tables, are they open to interpretation in terms of locations, distances, or speeds, or is it just math?
No, we know two things. We know what the vehicle actually did because it was recorded, and we know what would have happened if it had been going the speed limit for those last 5 seconds based simply just on the map.
All right, so then if we stay with just this, okay, the traveling the speed limit of 45 miles per hour, at time zero, how far away was would the Mercedes have been from the area of impact?
So at time zero, the actual time zero, what did happen, we know that the vehicle and the boys were both at the area of impact together. At the speed limit of 45 miles per hour, when the boys were at the actual time zero in yellow, the vehicle would have been at the green time zero, 233 feet away.
How long would it have taken Rebecca Grossman traveling the speed limit of 45 miles per hour to close that additional 233-foot gap?
3.54 seconds.
And those additional 3.54 seconds, what, based on your analysis, would the boys, Mark and Jacob, have done?
They would have been clear of the lanes of travel in the roadway, and there would have been no collision.
And how did you reach that conclusion?
So I obtained a pedestrian walking speed study that was conducted by Jerry Eubanks, and was able to find the walking speeds for both 8 and 11-year-olds. The walking speed for 11-year-olds was 6.5 feet per second. The walking speed for 8-year-olds was 6.1 feet per second. So I'm sorry, I had that reversed. The 8-year-olds were 6.5, the 11-year-olds were 6.1. I used the slower speed of 6.1 feet per second because it works to the advantage of the driver by keeping the pedestrians in the path of travel of the vehicle for longer. And this is going along with determining whether speed is our primary collision factor. So at 6.1 feet per second of motion by the boys walking, they would have covered a distance of about 21.5 feet.
And why is that significant?
Well, it's significant because each lane on this roadway is 11 feet wide. The point of impact was in the middle of the number 1 or the leftmost straight through lane. So it would have placed the boys completely outside of both the number 1 and number 2 lanes of travel, and either on or very close to the sidewalk. But what it means and why it's significant is the vehicle would have passed behind them and there would have been no collision.
That Eubanks study that you mentioned, is that something based on your knowledge that's generally accepted in the field of accident reconstruction and investigation?
Yes.
At the time that you performed your analysis, were you aware that the boys may or were not actually walking, that one was using a skateboard and the other one was using rollerblades?
At the time that I conducted this, no, I did learn later that that was the case.
And how did that inform or impact your analysis?
Any speed faster that the boys would have been traveling, for example, if they were on roller skates and rollerblades, would have made this margin that they would have missed each other by even bigger. They would have been clear by even a bigger factor.
And also, sir, as part of your analysis and investigation, did you consider the width of Rebecca Grossman's vehicle?
I did.
And how so?
I pulled expert auto stats for her vehicle, which showed that the vehicle is approximately 6.5 feet wide. And I just included that in order to further illustrate the fact that the boys would have been clear of her vehicle at a distance of 21.5 feet.
All right, now, the work that you performed, you reached a number of conclusions, is that correct?
I did.
And based on your background, training, and experience, and your own work that you did here, what was your first conclusion as it relates to this fatal collision?
My first conclusion was that speed is the primary collision factor with regard to this car hitting the boys. And that had the driver chosen to operate the vehicle at the posted speed limit of 45 miles per hour, not the entire time she was on Triumphal Canyon Road, but only for 5 seconds pre-impact, there would have been no crash. She could have driven through with her eyes closed and missed it.
Did you at any point in time ever see any data suggesting that there was a malfunction with the gas pedal?
No,
Same question, but with respect to the brake pedal.
no,
Did all the data that you reviewed and relied upon suggest to you that the vehicle acceleration was the result of human input?
yes,
In other words, it was a choice made by the driver.
correct.
Let me ask you about feet per second. And is that something that you typically calculate in the field of accident reconstruction?
Yes,
All right. And can you explain how you do that calculation and conversion?
certainly. So miles per hour is a large number, so it gets a little cumbersome to work with mathematically because you start dealing in fractions. So very often we convert miles per hour, which we refer to as speed, to velocity, which we commonly refer to in feet per second. There's 5,280 feet in a mile. So if we divide that by 60, that gives us at 1 mile per hour would be 5,280 feet per hour. Divide by 60 minutes in an hour, that gives us 88 feet per minute. Divide that by 60 feet per second, gives you 1.467 feet per second. So 1 mile per hour is equal to 1.467 feet per second, and vice versa. So in order to convert that, to convert miles per hour to feet per second, you multiply by 1.467. To convert feet per second to miles per hour, you divide by 1.467.
As part of your work that you do as an accident reconstructionist, do you study and understand typical or what's expected to be typical driver behavior when operating motor vehicles?
Objection made.
Sustain, rephrase.
As part of your work as an accident reconstructionist, do you consider studies that describe the typical driver?
Objection made.
Overruled. Yes.
And can you describe the studies that discuss that topic? What generally do they, what topics do they cover?
Objection made.
Overruled. Generally speaking, you're talking in terms of what's known as human factors and perception and response. And it's what a driver perceives as something that they need to avoid. That could be a potential collision, and then their response and the timing of that. An alert driver in daytime conditions with no visual obstructions or issues under ideal conditions, you would typically expect to see a 1.5 second perception and response time. It's commonly referred to as PNR. It's 0.75 seconds or 3/4 of a second for perception, for the person to realize, hey, there's something here that I need to pay attention to and possibly avoid. And then an additional 3/4 of a second or 0.75 seconds for the person to respond. And response would be foot coming off of the gas and beginning to depress the brake.
Sir, as part of your investigation as it relates to this fatal crash, did you ever at any point in time seek data or information that would suggest the boys were hit by any other vehicle other than Rebecca Grossman's?
No.
Did Did your work here also include learning about the collision safety features associated with the Mercedes SUV that Rebecca Grossman was driving?
Yes.
And what features did you study and learn about as it relates to her vehicle?
With her vehicle specifically, Mercedes-Benz, in the event of a collision, in the event of an airbag deployment, it does several things. It turns off the engine, it cuts the fuel pump, it rolls down the windows, it activates the emergency lighting, which is essentially the parking lights. It also activates the hazard lights that blink, and it makes notification to the Mercedes-Benz monitoring system.
Right. So in other words, even if the Mercedes vehicle detects a collision and the fuel pump shuts off at impact, what would happen to the vehicle?
Well, the engine would turn off. However, the driver would still have reserve braking due to the fact that there's a vacuum reservoir on the vehicles. After several braking applications, braking then becomes harder. Steering becomes harder because it no longer is employing the use of power steering, and the vehicle would essentially coast unless the driver applied brakes and brought it to a stop.
Going back to the Bosch crash data report and the event data recorder and speeds and information you got from it, did you feel at any point in time in your work that report or its data could have been altered or manipulated by anybody?
No.
In all of the years that you've been doing this, okay, that you've done these event data recorder downloads and accessing and using the Bosch crash data system retrieval system that you've described to us, in this case, do you feel, or how certain are you that that data that you reviewed and relied on is from Rebecca Grossman's vehicle from the date of this crash?
I'm certain for a number of factors.
What are those factors?
Well, there's only one deployment event. There's only one event recorded, and the event data recorder has the ability to record multiple events in two different formats. There's volatile memory and non-volatile memory. A non-deployment event would be volatile memory, which means it can be overwritten, and it'll store a certain number of those. An airbag deployment is a non-volatile event, meaning that memory cannot be overwritten. It gets locked in. Any other events that had happened or any other commands to deploy the airbags would also have been recorded, and there was none. That was the singular event. I was also made aware through my investigation that the vehicle was found in the condition that I just described, that Mercedes goes through, which disables the vehicle. The emergency lights were flashing, the windows were rolled down, the engine was off. So there was that. Had there been another event associated or prior to, that would have been recorded, and we then would have the times between those two events. And there's also ignition cycles that are recorded by the event data recorder. And essentially every time you start the car or attempt to start the car, there's an ignition cycle recorded because it powers the controller area network and the airbag control module. And in this case, the ignition cycles were in close proximity to the number of ignition cycles at the deployment event.
All right. You've heard of the phrases force analysis, kinetic energy?
Yes.
What are those things?
So frequently in collision reconstruction, we will conduct what's called a force analysis. A lot of times we'll do that in cases where maybe somebody intentionally hits somebody or tries to run somebody over, because we need to demonstrate how much force is applied by a person in control of a vehicle when they strike somebody or attempt to strike somebody. And so I did conduct that analysis in this case as well.
Okay, so that leads to my next question. Describe the force analysis and kinetic energy analysis that you did with respect to this fatal collision as it relates to Mark and Jacob Iskander.
So Kinetic energy is referred to in units of foot-pounds. And what that means is 1 foot-pound is the amount of force that it takes to move a 1-pound object 1 foot. I calculated the kinetic energy of Rebecca Grossman's vehicle with Rebecca Grossman in it at 73 miles per hour, and that is 858,400 foot-pounds of force. That's a very difficult thing to get your head around.
Would you say the number again?
Certainly, it's 858,400 foot-pounds of force. And that's a hard thing to understand. So in order to convert that into more understandable layman example, you divide out the weight of the vehicle, and like units cancel, in this case pounds, and you're left with a result in feet. When I divided out the weight of Ms. Grossman and her vehicle put together, which was 4,820 pounds, I was left with a result of 178 feet. You then divide that by the average height of a single story, which is 14 feet. And what all this means is at 73 miles per hour, that vehicle hit with the same force as if you took a crane and attached it to the back of the vehicle and raised it to the height of a 12-story building and dropped it.
You said, that, in other words, you took the actual vehicle, put it on a crane, raised it how high up?
So it's the same amount of force as if you raised that vehicle by crane to the height of a 12-story building and dropped it. That's the force that it hit with.
All right, sir, are all of the opinions that you've offered today and you testified to today? No. Let me start again, I apologize. Are all of the opinions you've offered today and you testified to today to a reasonable degree of probability in the field of accident reconstruction and investigation?
Yes.
With that, I will yield. Thank you.
All right, we're going to break for the week. You're not talking about the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. We'll see you back here bright and early Monday morning, 9:15. Hold on.
He's 70 at 9:15. So they may want to come here early with traffic.
Oh. All right. So remember the jury, to avoid really long lines that we anticipate for Monday morning, why don't you try to get here around 9 o'clock? All right. Thank you.